Attention, Senators. The legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Record, Mr. Clerk.
There is a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you have any items for the record?
One item, the Business and Labor Committee will hold an executive session at 1:30 under the south balcony. And in addition to that, report that Congressional District 1 caucus has met and recommends Senator Ballard to fill the vacancy from Senator Guy's resignation. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you. We'll proceed to the first item on the afternoon's agenda. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, returning to Legislative Bill 254, next motion, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to recommit the bill to committee.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on that recommit motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did we vote on the bracket motion? I had a motion to reconsider the vote on the bracket motion. I didn't. It's not one that I wrote. Well, I can open on this if that's, I did not have one for reconsider on the bracket. I did. I'm fine with like just chatting here. No? Yes? Okay.
Mr. Clerk, for an item.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote taken on the bracket motion prior to recess.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on that motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies for my confusion to the clerk's office. I appreciate you all continuing to tolerate me. I guess you don't really have a choice. So I apologize for the fact that you are required to continue to tolerate me. But I also appreciate that you do it, even if you are required. So there's an article about, I'm just going to take some time to go back on TANF for a minute because there was more to be said. But this bill is Senator Brewer's bill for the digital library of our hearings and I think floor debate. I don't think it's just committee hearings. I think it's all of the live streaming of the legislative business to create a digital library. I actually had a rules change this year around committee briefings. So when we have a committee briefing, there's lots of different types of committee briefings that you can have, but when we have a committee briefing that is for, that we hold in the public hearing room and is open to the public, like we might have a briefing lunch with a state agency. We've done that many times. But when we have like a specific committee briefing that is open to the public, it's not necessarily live streamed. It's usually, I think it's always streamed in the building, like in the inner circuit in the building, but not live streamed on Nebraska Media. And so I had a rules change that would require that they all be live streamed. They can be live streamed at the request of the chair of the committee. And I've never known a committee chair to oppose it being live streamed, but I have had committee chairs not request it being live streamed, mostly because they were not aware that that was a request that they needed to make. So I wanted to have a rules change that they essentially were automatically live streamed instead of the committee chair having to request it. It's not one of the rules that got out of committee, but maybe something we can revisit here with this bill, not right now. I don't mean to do a rules change right now. I just think if we were to move this bill forward and enact this, then maybe we would want to consider next year that rules change where committee briefings that are streamed on the internal internet web, whatever the term is, in the internal channel, closed circuit. Got it. Took me a while. Took me a minute or two. They are on the closed circuit TV. It would be great if they were live streamed for the general public because they are informative and part of our business. And so if we are going to have them as briefings that are open to the public, it would make sense for them to not only be open to the public, but be made available in the same format as the rest of our open to the public course of business, which is live streaming. Sorry, it took me a minute. I got there eventually. It's, post-lunch, that food coma feeling. Although, in fairness, I had a salad, so I don't know that I'm having a food coma. I did get some bar things like granola bars delivered to my office, and I tried one, and it just wasn't for me. Okay. I think, did I write, now I'm just wondering if I wrote down the right numbers. Reconsider, motion 9, okay. Sorry, there's a lot of internal dialogue happening here. Back to the bill at hand. How much time do I have left, Mr. President?
5 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, okay. So this is a policy brief from March 8th, 2023 to strengthen economic security and advance equity. States should invest more TANF dollars in basic assistance. And this is from the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. States only spend a little over 1/5 of their combined federal and state temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, dollars on basic assistance for families with children. Our analysis of the latest data from fiscal year 2021 shows, see Table 1, states continue to use their considerable flexibility under TANF to divert funds away from income support for families and toward other often unrelated state budget areas. By redirecting the funds back towards cash assistance, however, states could do more to strengthen economic security and promote racial equity and child well-being. Cash assistance to families struggling to make ends meet can improve children's long-term outcomes while also providing parents with the cash they need to afford necessities such as rent, utilities, personal hygiene products, and school supplies. Over time, however, TANF has significantly declined in performing this core task. Fewer families in need have access to the program. In 2020, for every 100 families living in poverty, only 21 received TANF cash assistance, down from 68 families when TANF was created. Benefits leave those who do have access far below the poverty line, and as this report explains, states are spending a shrinking portion of their TANF funds on basic assistance. Just going to pause there. I'm talking about this a lot. I'm going to keep talking about it a lot, mostly because I think it's really, really important, but also hopefully the more I keep reiterating this point, the more this body starts to think about what it is that I am talking about. We have $130 million in TANF rainy day funds. We have not increased eligibility for this program in decades. It is the same eligibility as it was in 1994, but inflation has played a huge role in the last 20 years, 30 years almost, and we should be reevaluating that. We have the opportunity. We could be doing something important and significant here. We could be giving direct cash assistance to the most needy families, a single parent with one child that makes less than we make. That's what qualifies for TANF. That's what qualifies for TANF. That is not a very robust program, and we could do something about that. We could do something about that this session. We could do something about that with one of these bills and amend a TANF bill onto most ideally an HHS package bill, like we just moved forward this morning. And it is the recommendation from entity after entity after entity that we invest the money in the initial purpose of the TANF program, which is aid to dependent children, cash assistance to families to aid dependent children. Programming, again, is fine, but investing money in creating new programming above investing money in direct aid to dependent children is not fine. It is not fine for us to create new programs with the TANF money while also refusing to give cash assistance to those most in need. They cannot afford food. They cannot afford housing. They cannot afford utilities, essential goods, transportation. All of these things could be impacted by increasing eligibility and increasing payments for the TANF Aid to Dependent Children program.
1 minute.
It doesn't have to be an either or, but it shouldn't be just programming. If we are to do programming, we first and foremost should be taking care of the essential needs. The essential needs are going uncared for. And all the programming in the world is not going to address that immediate essential need of food and bellies, period. So I need to log back in. I keep timing out. It is a deficiency of myself, and I need to figure out how to stop timing out of my own computer. Okay, so back to the budget. All right, I can't remember the name of this entity, but their report. So table 1, total TANF spending by category fiscal year 2021.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basic assistance is 22%. Work, education, training activities, 7.6%. Work supports and supportive services, 2.4%. Childcare, 16.2%. Again, childcare is another essential need to help families. Refundable tax credits, another excellent use of the funds, 8.5%. Pre-kindergarten Head Start, 9.7%. Child welfare, 9%. Program management, 10.5%. And then other, 13.5%. The child welfare piece is kind of what they were talking about previously, in that TANF dollars are being diverted from the core purpose of TANF to offset some of our own work. So instead of direct cash assistance, we are using funds for child welfare programming, which the state should be doing. And while it is allowable, it's not entirely appropriate. And there's a big difference between things being allowable and appropriate. It is allowable to use the funds for these programs. It is allowable to use the funds for many of the programs that have legislation introduced this year. Allowable does not equal appropriate. It just means that it is permissible under the letter of the law, but it is up to us to use our best judgment as to how to be good stewards of all dollars, including TANF. And right now, it feels like TANF is being used to not serve its intended purpose. It is being used to create programs to make us feel good about the fact that we are attempting to address poverty, but we're not using the Intergenerational Poverty Task Force report and its recommendations as a roadmap for how we're doing that. We're not being thoughtful and using the Criminal Justice Institute, CJI's Institute's report on how to address criminal justice reform. to help address poverty. These things are interconnected. Instead, we are just throwing spaghetti at the wall and having projects funded through TANF that, while permissible, while allowable, are not appropriate to meet the needs of what we are attempting to do. They are just ideas. They are not rooted in research, data, the fundamental building blocks of strong public policy. They are ideas for additional programs, and not even government programs. Private programs run by private entities, funded by the state. When we get to the budget, you'll hear me talking about this a lot. As long as there are TANF programs that are not direct cash assistance, I am going to be talking about the misuse and abuse of TANF. So, I was reading this report again, timed out, sorry. There we go. Now state spending on basic assistance has plummeted since TANF's creation. TANF provides a vital support to families with the lowest incomes in the form of cash assistance. Families with little or no cash income don't have the funds they need to pay their bills or to buy essential items such as diapers,
1 minute.
personal hygiene, thank you, hygiene products, and household cleaning supplies. Cash assistance is crucial for stabilizing families who are facing crisis, such as those fleeing domestic violence, and can promote racial equity and improve child well-being. However, cash assistance has weakened significantly under TANF, with potentially devastating long-term consequences for children growing up in families with little or no cash income to meet basic needs. Colleagues, I'm going to keep going on this and then the next and the next and the next. I will say that it's just me taking time here. If anybody wants to get in the queue and yield me time, I will happily take it. The more people do that, the fewer times everybody is called back into the chamber who is out doing meetings or executive sessions to run and vote on the various things.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
This is your last time before closing, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Could I excuse you?
Yep.
Mr. Clerk, for an item.
Thank you, Mr. President. Notice that the Appropriations Committee will hold an executive session at 1:30 under the north balcony. Appropriations 1:30 under the north balcony.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and now Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. To my point at hand that there are going to be committee executive sessions happening, and when I run out of times to speak, then we go to a vote and everybody has to come and vote, and it is disruptive to your meeting process. And I get that. So if you're not in a meeting and you feel so inclined, feel free. I will take your time to talk about TANF, and now you know what I will talk about if you yield me time. It's totally cool if you don't want to. If you feel like somehow that means that you are helping me, I get that. I'm just letting you know I'm making that offer to the whole body so that people who aren't on the floor don't have to keep coming back to the floor. Okay, that said, and this is my last time on this one, and everybody's about to start a appropriations, whatever, over here to the side. So, what am I? Executive session, appropriations, whatever. Meeting, executive session. Okay. State spending on basic assistance has plummeted since TANF's creation. I read that part. States only spend a little more than 1/5 of their federal and state TANF funds on basic cash assistance. When TANF began, basic assistance was the single biggest use of TANF funds in all states. In 2021, states spent just $6.9 billion, or 22.6% of their total funds on basic assistance. This is down from $14 billion in 1997, which would be $23.5 billion in 2021 dollars. So if we had kept up with spending, it would be $23.5 billion would have been us keeping up with the rate from 1997, and we are at $6.9 billion. That is significant difference. This amounts to 71% drop in basic assistance spending when adjusting for inflation. The share of federal and state TANF funds spent on basic assistance varies across states, ranging from 4% to 75% in 2021. 14 states spent 10% or less on basic assistance, while 13 spent more than 30%. Underinvestment in TANF cash assistance is worse where Black children are likelier to live. Well, I'll put on my shocked face by that revelation, that we're doing something disproportionately impacting negatively Black children. That tracks. In 2020, 41% of Black children lived in states that spend 10% or less of TANF funds on basic assistance, compared to 34% for both Latinx and white children. When controlling for other factors, states with higher concentrations of Black residents dedicate less of their TANF funds to cash assistance. In 2019 study found a 2019 study found. This is just one example of the long-standing racism in U.S. cash assistance policy that continues to result in racial disparities. A closer look at Texas, the state with the largest Black child population, illustrates many of the issues with TANF spending. In 2021, Texas spent only 4% of its TANF funds on basic assistance, one of the smallest percentages of any state. In Texas, TANF now reaches just 4 out of every 100 families experiencing poverty, down from 47 in 1996. Today, benefits are just $312 a month for a family of 3, or about 16% of the poverty line. Ooh. Well, I think we are doing dollars better than
1 minute.
Texas, but not many dollars. Okay, thank you, Mr. President. There's another piece to this article. It's the HHS spending data provide only partial picture of state basic assistance spending, but I don't want to have that be truncated in the conversation. And I also, frankly, need to just quickly grab a throat lozenge. So I think I will yield the remainder of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some thoughts to share on this item, but I'm in executive session right now, so I'll yield my time to Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you have 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just getting a tutorial on how to get my computer to not go to sleep right away. So it goes to sleep right away. I'm just going to let our IT expert here help out with that. Okay. Thank you, Mike. I will be voting on this soon. If you're able to hang out, then we can work on my computer. Our IT people are fantastic. And you know, Mike is a good steward in this building, not just of IT, but he's real. I see him. I see how he treats Cameron the cat. He might be the reason that Cameron the cat keeps coming back, because he's so kind and such a good-hearted person. So thank you, Mike, for all of that, all of your work, including the building mascot. If you don't know who Cameron the cat is, Google Cameron the cat, Nebraska Capitol. He has his own Twitter. He actually don't know Cameron's pronouns. I assumed a he. If you have the closed circuit TV here, sometimes when we have like a dead screen, I don't know if it's IT that does this or who's in charge, but there's a picture of Cameron in front of the Capitol. So Cameron the cat has a lot of fans in this building. I think I divulged this once, that we were having, it was late night hearings. It was judiciary. And I was waiting for my ride home, my brother, and he had a hearing in there. And so I was over at a restaurant across the street that you all know, and I brought in leftover ribs for another family member that was here, and I walked in and there was Cameron the cat right inside, getting all warm and cozy, hanging out, waiting for the day to end. So anyways, Cameron the cat. Okay, HHS spending data provide only partial picture of state basic assistance spending, while state spending data reported to the federal government provide an overall reliable picture of TANF and maintenance of effort MOE spending. Some states have made changes in spending configurations that can obscure their actual spending on children and families with low incomes. These changes are precipitated by the Deficit Reduction Act of 2005, which made it harder for states to meet their TANF work preparation rate WPR requirements, and thereby threatened states with a loss of federal TANF funds due to penalties. This was in 2005. I wonder I would love to dig in more on the intentionality of the Deficit Reduction Act of 2005 with the work preparation rate WPR requirements, what the thinking was there. Federal law requires state TANF programs to engage 50% of all work-eligible families and 90% of two-parent families in a set list of work activities for a minimum number of hours each week. To meet their WPR, about half of the states have created solely state-funded SSF programs, not funded by federal TANF or state MOE dollars. Provide cash assistance to families who either have significant barriers to employment, thank you, such as disabilities, or would otherwise count toward those states' WPR for two-parent families. Because no TANF or MOE funds are used, these families are not included in the work rate calculation, while most SSF programs are relatively small, are a relatively small share of a state's cash assistance caseload. In a few states, they provide assistance to a significant share. States do not include spending on SSF programs in the data they report to the Department of Health and Human Services, so those data can understate a state's spending on cash assistance to families with children. Illinois is a prime example. HHS data shows that Illinois spends only 4% of its TANF and MOE funds on basic assistance. But the state's large SSF program.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, you have 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Mike, when we get to a vote on this bill, I'll hand you my computer real quick. Okay, SSF Illinois. HHS data shows that Illinois spends only 4% of its TANF and MOE funds on basic assistance, but the state's large SSF program assists roughly as many families as its TANF program. The two programs together, however, only provide cash assistance to 16 out of every 100 families in poverty in 2020, below the national average of 21. A state's spending can also be skewed when it spends much more than its minimum MOE obligation to obtain caseload reduction credits to lower its WPR. For more on this excess MOE strategy, see Appendix 1. However, the data states report to HHS are still the best source of comparing spending across states over time, how states spend the rest of their TANF funds. Instead of investing in helping families meet their basic needs, states use a large share of TANF funds in other areas. In 2021, state spending on work activities ranged from less than 1% to 34% of total TANF spending, with 8 states spending less than 1% and 22 states spending between 1 and 10%. Similarly, states in 2020 spent just $727 million, or 2.4% of their federal and state TANF funds on direct work supports such as transportation, or on supportive services such as mental health or domestic violence services. 11 states spent less than 5% of their funds on work activities and supports combined. In 2021, states spent 16% of their federal and state TANF funds on childcare. The share varies tremendously across states from 0 to 47%. 11 states spent more than 30% of their TANF funds on childcare, while 14 states spent less than 5%. Refundable tax credits for working families with low incomes are another important support and a permissible use of federal and state TANF funds, although this approach typically keeps families with the lowest incomes from receiving assistance in this form. In 2021-22, states and Washington, D.C. spent $2.6 billion of TANF funds on refundable tax credits, most commonly a state income tax credit, EITC, amounting to 8.5% of federal and state TANF spending nationwide. Additionally, TANF-funded work programs and supports are often poorly targeted and often serve families with incomes above the poverty line instead of those with the most need. As I was mentioning when I was reading the TANF report, that the programs serve people outside of the financial eligibility requirement for the direct assistance. Fine, programs are fine, but we're taking money that is meant to support the lowest income families, and we are using it for others. That is not appropriate. Permissible, yes, but not appropriate. Okay. The greatest funding areas and categories beyond those mentioned above are child welfare services, thank you, and pre-kindergarten Head Start. While these are worthy and important investments, states should use funding sources other than federal and state TANF funds for them. Yes, just yes, that's my commentary. Particularly when states spend so little on providing cash assistance and supporting work for families with the lowest incomes. In 2021, states spent $5.6 billion on the following. I think I am just about out of time, so I'm going to hand my computer to poor Mike so he can fix it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak. This is your third time.
I'd like to yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, that is 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. So, TANF, temporary assistance to needy families. I think we're all going to dream about TANF tonight. There was once a point in my time where I used to do fundraising for nonprofits, and I'm big on spreadsheets. And there was literally a time where I had dreams about spreadsheets. And that's when you know that you really need to take a break and go on vacation. It's when you start dreaming about spreadsheets. But when it comes to TANF, we do have these bills. We have not increased eligibility for TANF for decades. And we also have not increased the payments, the disbursements that you get. If you do qualify for TANF, we don't increase the amount of money that you get. We have the money to do it. We have the money to increase eligibility. We have the money to increase payments. We could be providing greater relief to those the most in need. We are not focused on that, however. We are focused on creating new programs. And the programs that we are focused on creating have not come out of some robust analysis of what we need. They're not based on the recommendations out of the Intergenerational Poverty Task Force report from 2016, which has clearly delineated recommendations on how to address intergenerational poverty. And those that are qualifying for TANF are very much part of the intergenerational poverty cycle. We are not taking recommendations or policies out of the Criminal Justice Institute's recommendations for criminal justice reform, which also includes investments in communities. So we are creating programs, thank you, Mike. We are creating programs, spending TANF money that is permissible. is permissible, but is it appropriate? Is it appropriate to continue to create more bureaucracy, more programming, more requirements when we aren't funding the essential and primary reason TANF exists? We should first do the first tenet of TANF, which is to support needy families and give aid to dependent children. And I've got great news for you, colleagues. We can. We don't have to have another hearing. We can just get an amendment and attach it onto an HHS bill and move forward with TANF. And it would be life-changing for families in Nebraska. And it would also be an investment in the communities that these families live in, because they would be able to participate in their communities more fully. So that's TANF. Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1 minute.
Thank you. And then after this, I have a close. And then we'll go to a vote, and then we'll go to the next motion that I sort of flummoxed after lunch and had us almost going to the next motion. I did adapt my podium thing here and got a box top from the back, paper box, because I was using multiple binders and I was trying to have them go inward to each other so that they weren't sliding all over the place. If anybody else in the body is looking to have their podium raised up higher, because it really does hurt my back to have it down lower. And I'm not very tall. Some of you are real tall. I suggest taking a top off of one of the paper boxes. It seems to work pretty well. Unless the clerk's office tells me to stop. Would be nice to find a really lovely royal colored purple maybe, or blue navy, a
That's
dark
your time,
navy.
Senator, and you're recognized to close on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dark navy, like just, I don't know, fabric to just drape over this lovely box from Boise paper. Which sometimes when I think about paper, I think about the show, The Office. I don't know how many of you remember that show, but the whole business of The Office was they were a paper company. They sold paper. What an interesting concept. I do wonder if there are companies that solely sell paper to other companies. Perhaps there are. I oftentimes just go to an office supply store to buy my paper, but maybe there's a better way of doing it, that person-to-person paper exchange. Anyways, TANF. TANF-funded work programs and supports are often poorly targeted and often serve families with incomes above the poverty line instead of those with the most need. For instance, several states spend most of their work activity funds on college scholarship programs that are available to families with incomes up to 350% of the poverty line, not on programs to prepare TANF participants for or connect them to work opportunities. Wow. I wonder if we do that. The greatest funding areas in categories beyond those mentioned above are child welfare services and pre-kindergarten Head Start. While these are worthy and important investments, states should use funding sources other than federal and state. Oh, I think I read all of that already. Okay. In 2021, states spent $5.6 billion on the following. Child welfare, 42 states used $2.7 billion in federal and state TANF funds for child welfare services. This represents 9% of total national TANF spending. 12 states spent more than 20%, and 3 states spent more than 50% of their TANF funds for child welfare services. Pre-K Head Start. 27 states used $2.9 billion in federal and state TANF funds for pre-K Head Start in 2021. This represents 9.7% of total national TANF spending and 12% of spending for those states. 7 states spent more than 20% of their TANF funds in this category. The rest of TANF spending, $4.1 billion, goes to a range of areas such as non-recurrent short-term benefits, which are used to help low-income families in crisis situations. 2% of total TANF spending transfers to the Social Services Block Grant, 4%. Services for youth and children, including after-school programs, 3%. Pregnancy prevention and two-parent family programs, 1%. Juvenile justice and emergency payments and services authorized under prior law, 1%, meaning they are not within the 4 TANF purposes, but were in the state's aid to families with dependent children, AFDC Emergency Assistance Plan, when TANF replaced AFDC. The share of spending going to other areas varies greatly across states, ranging from less than 1% to 45%. Many states have unspent funds, some exceeding their annual block grant. I do see the Appropriations Committee has broken up, and you should definitely thank Senator Hunt for yielding me her time so that we didn't have to go to a vote and be disruptive to your committee process. In 2021, states had $8 billion in unspent TANF funds, equaling 49% of the total annual block grant allocation. Thank you, Mr. President. 5 states had no unspent TANF funds, while 16 states had unspent funds equal to or exceeding 100% of their annual block grant. The majority of these funds, $6 billion, or 85% of the funds, are unobligated, meaning that the state has not committed to use them for any specific purpose. Okay, so I'm almost done, and I'm just going to tell you, colleagues, that I'm probably going to do calls of the House to take up more time, but I really don't want to do roll call votes because I think that it is irritating to the clerk to have to do them all the time. So I would appreciate votes for calls of the House. I get it, not your jam, what have you, but I am trying to just, take a little bit extra
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you. Call of the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
8 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Members, the question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
38 nays on the motion to reconsider, Mr. President.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for the next item. And I raise the call. Raise the call.
Mr. President, next item, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to recommit Legislative Bill 254 to committee.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues. Okay, I gotta get in the queue. So this is the TANF total unspent funds 2021. Okay, so this is how is this sorted? I can't tell how it's sorted. At first I thought it was by, oh, it's by percent. Okay, so Nebraska has the fourth highest percentage in the country of unspent TANF. Tennessee has the highest, then Hawaii, Oklahoma, Nebraska. We have 214% unspent of our block grant. 214%. That is quite the rainy day fund. What rainy day are we waiting for if not a pandemic, inflation, economic insecurity, cost of everything has gone up, gas, eggs, milk, all really expensive. I think I spend most of my salary. Well, no, my salary all goes towards childcare, and it doesn't even cover childcare for one kid. But if it didn't go entirely to childcare, it probably would go entirely to milk and eggs and yeah, mostly milk and eggs. My kids love milk and they love scrambled eggs and they also like pancakes, which I use milk and eggs to make. So yeah, that's probably where most of my money would be going. And as it stands, it all goes to childcare. So great. Okay, so changes needed to redirect TANF funds to families. Cash assistance to low-income families with children is a good investment. The National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine's 2019 report on reducing child poverty concluded that income support to families experiencing poverty can improve children's health and academic achievement, which in turn can lead to better health and higher earnings in adulthood. If states maintain their current TANF spending practices, millions of children experiencing poverty, disproportionately Black children, will continue to be left without critical cash assistance. But if they instead reinvest in basic assistance, they can provide opportunities for all children and their families to thrive. Yes, we could do that. And I had just the Appropriations Committee was meeting, and I know that they're talking about TANF a lot, and none of it, zero, zilp, zilch, none of it is about direct cash assistance to families. How do I know? Because those bills are in HHS. That's how I know. I know that every single solitary bill related to TANF that might become part of an appropriations package is a misuse of funds until we address the TANF bills that are in HHS. We are not providing direct cash assistance to those most in need, but we are creating programs to pilfer the fund. I'm just telepathing for the Appropriations Committee that when that comes to the floor, I will be actively fighting it. Unless we can somehow get on board with TANF and direct cash assistance to families, in which case, you do you. I'm fine with new programs as long as we're taking care of people's essential needs before we're giving scholarship grant training to children at 350% of the poverty level. So just things to consider as you are formulating policies that are going to come for debate to the floor of the legislature, that maybe it is not a good use of funds to pilfer the TANF rainy day fund for programs that serve those who are not the intended population to be served by TANF. We should maybe first and foremost use TANF for the intention that it was meant for: temporary assistance to needy families and to the direct assistance to children. So, not that I think the Appropriations Committee is paying attention, but if they happen to be paying attention, I would highly recommend getting involved in the conversation of aid to dependent families before you get involved in creating new programs that do not benefit those families, that do not put food in the bellies of those children, do not put them in housing, do not put them in clothes, do not get them safely to and from school. Before you do things that don't do that, let's do that. Let's take care of these kids. Let's address intergenerational poverty, starting with direct cash assistance to those most in need. Again, programming is great, food is better. While states have the flexibility to ensure families have enough to afford necessities, they have a long history of providing inadequate assistance, especially states with higher shares of Black residents. To ensure that no family falls below a certain income level, federal policymakers must direct states to spend a majority of the existing federal TANF and state MOE dollars on basic assistance. Kind of like what I'm recommending we do. Let's use the dollars to address basic assistance. Let's do that before we do other things. Require states to target their TANF funds towards families with the lowest income. What a great idea for temporary assistance to needy families, to target families with the lowest income. Under current law, states must generally spend funds on, quote, needy families, end quote, but there is no national definition of needy or income eligibility limit for TANF-funded programs. As a result, TANF funds often go to families with incomes well above the federal poverty line, even though poverty and deep poverty remain widespread, especially in states where TANF benefits are low and reach few families. So in Nebraska, again, we have not changed eligibility for families. So right now, income eligibility is like 48% of poverty. So again, you have the poverty line. And when we talk about eligibility for things like SNAP and childcare, it's like, okay, you have poverty, that's 100% of poverty. And then eligibility for those programs, it's like 165%, 185% of poverty. So you can have an income above poverty, that's 185%. TANF eligibility is 48%. That means 52% below poverty. Because we have not increased eligibility in decades, we are at 52% below poverty to be eligible for temporary assistance to needy families. This is part of the reason that the fund continues to grow, because it is so restrictive. So restrictive. Because we have not taken action. So before we start investing in programs that benefit people, because again, there's no income eligibility requirement, just needy. So we can have programs that benefit people who are 500% the poverty limit, 600%, whatever, or we don't have to have an income limit probably. We are not directing these resources to those who need them the most, first and foremost. We are creating additional programs. We are inflating and creating additional bureaucracy and government without directly assisting the people most in need. It is problematic. All of the TANF bills this year that are gaining traction because we have all this money in TANF are problematic because they are alleviating this burden of we haven't spent this money, we should spend it. You are alleviating it without addressing the essential needs of people in poverty. That is problematic. Problematic.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe has 3 guests under the South Balcony. Educators Jason Mundorf, Kathy Gifford, Drew Blessing from Kearney Public Schools. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just getting more information on TANF. There's a font of information on TANF. So let me see here. I am on Appendix 1, background on methodology and funds available to states. Federal TANF funding. Each state receives a fixed annual amount of federal TANF funding, technically known as the State Family Assistance Grant, but generally referred to as the TANF Block Grant. The total amount of federal block grant funds available to all states each year is $16.5 billion. The TANF block grant allocations for each state are set in accordance with the 1996 law that created TANF. Based on the amount of federal funding that the state had received in AFDC and related programs before 1996. Each state's annual block grant allocation has generally remained unchanged since TANF's creation. Appendix 3, we're on Appendix 1, and thus has declined in value by 47% due to inflation. In 2021, each state's allocation was reduced by 0.33% as a set aside for research funding. Because states can carry over unspent TANF funds to use in future years, the amount of federal TANF funds that a state spends in a given year may vary. In Nebraska, we do not spend a lot of it. In 19 states, the annual block grant is further reduced by a certain amount as set aside for tribal TANF programs. The set aside for tribal TANF programs varies by state. In 2021, set-asides for tribal TANF programs range from just over $70,000 in Nevada to $87 million in California. In total, $208 million in federal TANF funding was set aside for tribal programs in 2021, about 1% of total federal funding. I wonder how much we have set aside in Nebraska. I don't know if that's unclear to me if that's part of our TANF or by set aside it's a different line item. I don't see tribal set aside on here, so it might be a separate line item in our budget for the tribal set aside TANF, which is good because I would hate to think we would pilfer that, but I wouldn't put it past us. Okay. A state can transfer up to 30% of its block grant funds per year to the Child Care and Development Fund and up to 10% to the Social Services Block Grant, SSBG, as long as the total amount transferred doesn't exceed 30%. And as I'm sure you all recall, I'm sure you were hanging on every word. When I was reading the 2022 update on TANF funds, we have a combined 40%. So that's kind of something we probably need to look at so that we don't get a penalty. Maybe I'm reading it wrong. I could be reading it wrong. Anyways, Funds transferred to SSBG must be spent on programs and services for children or families with incomes below 200% of the poverty line. In addition to the basic block grant, some states can receive additional federal TANF federal funds
1 minute.
from the TANF contingency fund. A state can access the TANF contingency fund if it meets a monthly economic hardship or needy state, quote, needy state trigger and spends more MOE funds than is otherwise required. See below for more on MOE. Congress created this $2 billion fund when it created TANF to provide additional help to states in hard economic times. States made little use of it until the Great Recession, but they began to draw on it in 2008, and nearly half of the states have done so since then. Since the original $2 billion provided was depleted early in fiscal year 2010, Congress has added limited funds, $608 million for each year. Qualifying states have received less than half of the amount for which they qualified each year since 2010.
That's your time,
Thank
Senator.
you.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some things to say on LB 254, and I'm not quite ready yet. So I'd like to yield my time to Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, that's 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. I was really hoping I was going to get a chance to talk about the maintenance of effort funding. So, I should probably get in the queue as well. I think, Mr. President, do I have 2 more times or 1 more time in closing? 1 more time in a closing. I ask this like every single time.
1 more and closing.
Thank you. I feel like you should have placards up there so you can just like signal me. Okay. State maintenance of effort funding. Each year, states are required to meet a MOE obligation under the TANF block grant or face a fiscal penalty. I love that. Sounds very ominous. A fiscal penalty. The statute refers to this spending as qualified state expenditures, but the common usage is state MOE. Each state's MOE amount is based on its historical spending defined as its 1994 financial contribution to AFDC and related work programs. To meet its MOE obligation, a state must report spending at least 80% of this historical spending level. This minimum share falls to 75% for any year in which a state meets its TANF work participation rate requirement. The fact that the MOE requirement is only 75% or 80% of a state's historical spending rather than 100% allowed states to withdraw part of the funds they had spent on AFDC and related programs. Moreover, a state's MOE requirement is based on its 1994 expenditure level with no adjustment for inflation over the years since then. Since the Deficit Reduction Act of 2005 made it harder for states to meet their TANF work participation rate requirements, threatening states with the loss of some federal TANF funds due to penalties, a number of states have found it advantageous to claim as MOE certain existing expenditures they hadn't previously claimed. States with MOE spending exceeding their minimum MOE can obtain a caseload reduction credit. That lowers their work participation rate requirement. Claiming excess MOE also helps the state qualify for additional federal money from the TANF contingency fund. I'm assuming we don't do that since we don't need additional TANF funds because we're not using our TANF funds. Thus, since 2006, total MOE spending across states has risen above the minimum required levels. In 2021, 32 states reported spending over 80% MOE, with 21 of these reporting spending of more than 100%. This increase does not necessarily represent an increase either in underlying state spending or in benefits or services for families with low incomes. Some of the reported MOE may represent existing state spending or existing third-party spending. that the state hadn't previously counted as MOE. In analyzing the state's TANF and MOE expenditures, it is important to understand the extent to which there may be part of an excess MOE strategy in effect. Also, when a state has a particularly high MOE, percentages of total spending in various categories can be skewed. Expenditures that qualify as MOE include state and local government
1
spending,
minute.
thank you, or third-party spending that benefits members of needy families and meets one of TANF's 4 purposes. Examples of qualifying third-party expenditures include spending by food banks or domestic violence shelters on TANF-eligible families. Third-party MOE can also include in-kind contributions such as volunteer hours or employer-provided supervision and training for people in subsidized jobs. Going to pause there for a second. I do think that probably I should start talking about our food banks because they are not getting the money that is owed to them by the state that we authorized. So that might be a conversation I pivot to at some point. Oh, maybe they're starting to. Well, we should get an update on that then. I'll figure that out at some point in the next however many hours I have here.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
I'd like to yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you have 4 minutes, 50 seconds.
In phoning a friend, Senator Wendy DeVore, they may be getting their reimbursements starting in March. We'll definitely dig in on the food banks more later. I phone a lot of friends here. Sometimes I phone a friend up front, sometimes just to the next to me, sometimes Mike from IT. There's a lot of friends. Okay, TANF MOE, third-party expenditures. Third-party MOE, sorry, I did not mean to be that loud. I'm all of a sudden like, ooh, real loud in the microphone. I'll take a step back. Third-party MOE also can include in-kind contributions such as volunteer hours. How can volunteer hours be an expenditure? Okay. Or employer-provided supervision and training for people in subsidized jobs. While a number of states have reported third-party MOE in order to boost MOE to obtain caseload reduction credits or a portion of the TANF contingency fund, not all third-party spending is excess MOE spending. Some states claim third-party expenditures toward their minimum MOE obligations. The financial data that states report to HHS do not identify what reported spending arises from third-party MOE. MOE expenditures must occur during the year for which the state claims them. States cannot carry them over to a future year. MOE expenditures can come from an area of the state budget and are not limited to spending by the TANF agency. That is very confusing. MOE spending, however, must be an actual expenditure, not simply foregone revenue. Thus, a state can count the refundable portion of a state EITC as MOE, but not the portion that simply reduces the amount of income tax owed to the state. I think I'm going to have to read that like 6 more times before I understand whatever it was that I just read. Okay. It sounds like creative accounting, and I'm not great at accounting to begin with. By the way, taxes are due tomorrow. Speaking of accounting, April 18th, tomorrow, taxes are due. Don't forget to claim your state property tax, income tax credit when you file your taxes. Okay, that's my public service announcement. Methodology. Throughout the analysis, percentages are used to describe portions of total TANF funding spent in a particular year. Because federal funding can be carried over into future years, and due to variation in state MOE from year to year, percentages across years use different denominators and may not always be comparable. Appendix 2, CBPP, groupings of federal TANF reporting categories. Okay. CBPP category, basic assistance, and the federal reporting categories, basic assistance, excluding relative foster care maintenance payments and adoption/guardianship subsidies, relative foster care maintenance payments and adoption, it says that twice. Oh, okay. Basic assistance and then also relative foster care maintenance payments.
1 minute.
Thank you. And adoption guardianship subsidies. Work, education, and training activities is a category. The reporting categories is subsidized employment, education, and training, additional work activities. Well, this isn't that interesting. I know I'm trying to take up time, but this chart is not interesting, so I'm going to skip ahead. Here's an interesting chart. Appendix 3, I think I referenced it in Appendix 1. It referenced Appendix 3. Federal TANF funds allocated to each state in 2021 in the millions. Okay, so we've got the block grant allocation, the block grant received, contingency fund, and tribal TANF. Ooh, this will answer the tribal TANF question. Okay, Nebraska, we do receive tribal TANF, 1.2 million. We also, our block grant allocation, okay, all right. Our block grant allocation is 58 million. We receive 56.6.
That's your time, Senator, and you're up next in the queue. This is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our allocation is 58 million. We receive 56.6 million. I was going to say that's probably because 1.2 million goes to the tribal, but if you add 1.2 to 56.6, you do not get 58. You get 57.8. Where's the 200? There's a discrepancy of $200,000 in our allocation and what we receive, according to this report. Maybe they had a rounding error or a typo. Block grant allocation minus the 0.33% research set aside, as well as any tribal TANF set asides or penalties. Okay, so maybe that 200,000 is 0.33% set aside. I'll do that math at another time. Okay, so that is the end of this policy brief. Now, for transcribers, because I can only imagine how delightful it is to transcribe my speeches, this is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities policy brief to strengthen economic security and advance equity. States should invest more TANF dollars in basic assistance. It was updated on March 8th, 2023 by Aditi, A-D-I-T-I, Shrivastava, Shrivastava. I'm certain I mispronounced that, but there you go. So when you are transcribing and you're like, what is she talking about? What do these tables look like? Hopefully that helps. I don't know if it does or not. Mr. President, how much time do I have?
2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Fantastic. So back to the TANF article commentary from the Nebraska Examiner that I was reading this morning. There is additional materials in there. So it has the first among these policies is an eligibility standard so low that a family has not only to be in poverty, but in deep poverty. Okay, 43%. I had the number wrong. It's 43% of the federal poverty line for 2023. That's where we are at with TANF. Okay, so this chart, there's a chart linked into there, and it's the chart ADC, age to dependent children, ADC standard of need and payment maximum. Number in unit 1, current standard of need, $601, maximum payment, $331, 100% poverty FPL federal poverty limit is $1,132.50. Standard of need as a percentage of FPL, 53%. Maximum payment as FPL 29%. So standard of need, the initial income test in ADC, aid to dependent children. If a household's net earned income is lower than the standard of need for their household, then the household is eligible for ADC benefit. So the current standard of need is 53% of the FPL, federal poverty limit. That is $601 for an individual. Okay. The standard of need is supposed to represent the monthly combined costs of food.
1 minute.
Thank you. Costs of food, clothing, sundries, home supplies, utilities, laundry, and shelter, including taxes and insurance. As shown in the chart above, the current standard of need is well below 100% of the federal poverty limit. Yes. Compare this to other public benefit programs like SNAP and child care subsidies, which currently have eligibility levels at 165 and 135% FPL. The current standard of need is $601 for one individual, plus an additional $140 for each additional member of the household. That implies that a child only costs you an additional $140 a month. I can tell you that is not true. My children definitely cost more than $140 a month.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak. This is your last time on the recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. Okay. Yes, $140 for each additional member in the household. So I'm just thinking about like my kids, feeding them, school. So I pay for their school meals, and I think it's like $40 a month, I think, that I'm charged every month for their school meal account, roughly. So that takes us down to $100. That's just their lunch, just lunch. So that would be just lunch. And then there's just feeding them in general, groceries. You know, if I were to be generous and say that I only spend $25 a month on groceries, or a week on each of my kids, then I'd be at $140 for the month. That would be like a lot of ramen for them, but I could spend $25 a month for groceries for them. I do like to attempt to, you know, torture my children with things like broccoli and apples. So I probably spend more than $20 a month. I did make my kids, I made them broccoli yesterday for dinner, broccoli and steamed broccoli. And then we had spaghetti and meat sauce, a classic for when I was growing up. My mom would make that all of the time, broccoli and spaghetti and meat sauce. And she has a very firm stance on broccoli being served with spaghetti and meat sauce. And I think, and if she's watching, I'm sure she will correct me, but I think this notion of broccoli being served with spaghetti with meat sauce for her came from watching the movie Moonstruck with Cher. So my childhood meal staple is based on my mom's love of the meal being portrayed in the movie Moonstruck with Cher, right? Cher's a Moonstruck. And they have spaghetti with meat sauce and broccoli. But it is a classic combination, I think. So we had spaghetti with meat sauce and broccoli. I do not like overcooked, steamed, boiled broccoli, but my kids do. So I did overcook it. And by they do, I mean my oldest will eat it. The other two really wanted to have dessert last night. And so I told them they had to eat all of their broccoli to get dessert. And they did. My middle kid complained about it for a good long while, saying that they didn't want to eat broccoli. They couldn't stand it. It was going to make them just physically ill. And when I said, well, if you don't eat your broccoli, you're not getting dessert, all of a sudden she was in love with broccoli. It was her new best friend. She ate it all, an entire bowl. I actually didn't expect her to eat it, but she ate an entire bowl, a kid's bowl, but an entire bowl of broccoli. Anyways, watch the movie Moonstruck. It'll turn you on to spaghetti with meat sauce and broccoli as a side, apparently. I don't actually know if I've ever seen the movie. I just know that that's what my mom always talks about when she talks about spaghetti with meat sauce and broccoli. It all came for her from the movie Moonstruck. I think it's probably more that it is an easy economical meal when you have 8
1
children.
minute.
Thank you. Okay, so back to ADC standard of need and payment maximum. I said maximum previously, maximum. Okay, so I got on that whole broccoli thing because $140 for each additional member of the household is not very much money, and I don't know how I could feed my children balanced meals with $140 a month for them and pay for things like, well, I have a mortgage, but rent or a mortgage, housing costs, electricity, utilities. I don't know how I could do any of those things with just $140 more a month for each of my kids. That would be very, very challenging. I mean, I do have a garden, though right now it doesn't have anything in it where I can grow fruits and vegetables once my brother gives me my seed starters from the seed library, which I have previously talked about.
That's your time, Senator, and you're
Thank you.
recognized for your close on the motion to recommit.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I suppose with a garden, if you're really, really frugal and you have the space and ability to have a garden, and then when you harvest the things from your garden and you are forward thinking enough that you can a lot of your food, maybe you could live off of this amount of money, but it would be challenging. And part of the challenge that we're trying to avoid, and part of the thing that we're trying to address when we're trying to address intergenerational poverty and how we can get people out of the perpetual system of poverty, is the trauma attached with economic insecurity and how that mentally really affects children who grow up in poverty, that there's a lot more anxiety and trauma because of the poverty, because of the uncertainty of their lives. And so if we can do something to help with that, like direct cash assistance to the most needy families, that could potentially help alleviate some of that anxiety and the fear of the unknown of what your living situation is, not just for a child. I mean, parents really try to protect their kids from that fear of the unknown, but sometimes you just can't. But for the parents, and if the parents are having the anxiety, the kids are gonna see it. If parents have the anxiety over how they're going to care for their children, the kids are gonna see it. So, aid to dependent children, standard of need payments. In Nebraska, we have an opportunity to do more good with our TANF program to help those the most in need of assistance. We just have to choose to do it. We just have to choose to do it. And I am challenging you, colleagues, to choose to do it. We just have to choose to amend a bill onto an HHS bill that increases access and eligibility to aid to dependent children. And it would be life-changing for these families, for the most economically challenged families. So maybe we will. Maybe somebody is working on it right now. Maybe somebody is getting an amendment drafted right now to go on 227 on select file. Maybe the Health and Human Services Committee is. I haven't spoken with anybody since this morning. So maybe somebody is doing it. And what a gift that would be to the most vulnerable people in the state of Nebraska. I hope that we look for opportunities to do the most good, and increasing eligibility for TANF and access to TANF is doing the most good. And it is mitigating some really significant harm that can be experienced in poverty and economic insecurity. So maybe we'll have that. Maybe we'll see that this year. Kind of feels like today is a new day. The sun is shining, I think. I haven't been outside since this morning. People seem like they're, even though it was a short break, seem like they're in a decent mood. I haven't really talked to anyone, but I guess I talked to Senator Brewer on the mic. He seemed like he was in a good mood. Senator Hansen on the mic, he seemed like he was in a good mood. I'm in a good mood. Be in a better mood if I was taking a nap, but I'm in a good mood. So, okay. Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
35 seconds.
Oh, woof, what am I going to do with that? I will do a call to House, and I'm just going to ask for a machine vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
15 ayes, 2 nays, place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those senators unexcused outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are present. Senators, the question is the motion to recommit. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
1A, 41 nays, Mr. President, to recommit the bill.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, Senator Slama amendment to be printed to LB 92 and Senator McDonald to LB 531. Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote just taken on the recommit motion.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to say that I am oftentimes just as surprised as to whatever motion I put up next as the rest of you are. Just one moment. So part of the reason that I like to use motions is that it is easier for staff, which, kind of goes back to why I was disappointed that we put a restriction on motions, because if I'm going to be doing this anyways, I'd prefer that it not be as much of a burden on staff. And so not just the clerk staff, but also bill drafters. Like if I don't have motions, then I have to have amendments. And that means that I have to have amendments drafted. And so that's what I do. I'm constantly getting amendments drafted in case I run out of motions, in case I run out of times to talk on motions. So I am a creative thinker, and I am a planner. So I do those things. But if I can just do motions and I don't have a restriction on the motions, it was much easier for staff. And I get it, bygones, move forward on the motions situation. I just wanted to explain why I usually would rely on motions, and then also you don't have to do a vote. If you can do the motions and withdraw them and file another, you can only do that with a bracket motion and you change the date. But when you do that, you don't have to have a vote every time, which is for people who are doing other meetings and committee work. That is also just a more accommodating to the business that's happening while I'm filibustering. So that's okay. We are where we are. I'll do what I'm going to do. Just, it just is more disruptive to everyone else, except for me, to do it this way. Okay, so this bill, gotta get in queue. So this bill is, in a lot of ways, a government transparency, government access bill, LB 254, because it creates a digital archive of all of our public hearings and et cetera, which is great. So I want to talk a little bit about government transparency. So, okay, I got a few different things on government transparency. I've introduced some bills this year, LB 408, 409, 410. Those are all accountability and disclosure bills specifically related to the Omaha Public Library Board, but really to library boards, period. I think so the reasoning behind it is that it became very evident that our library board in Omaha was making very important, if not outright decisions, recommendations for the sale and movement of property. And as such, when something significant, substantial, and in the real estate realm is involved, I think it is important for the utmost transparency and to ensure that there is not a financial impropriety taking place. So that is the reason for that. I have no basis to believe that there's any financial impropriety happening. I just believe that something of that significance should have transparency. And without that transparency, it is very difficult to know when something improper is happening. See what's happening at the federal level in our court of the highest level. Having transparency is very important. And it holds us all accountable. And we should be held to higher standards. Well, everyone should be not higher standards. Everyone should be held to a high moral standard of how you conduct yourself in business. Should not be immoral. That's probably, you don't have to be an elected official or appointed to a board to hold yourself to a high standard of morality in how you conduct yourself in business. Okay, so that is those bills, the 408, 409, 410. And then I have an eminent domain bill, which that one's not really transparency so much as it was stated numerous times by former Senator Mike Hilgers, now Attorney General Mike Hilgers, that when we passed legislation last session around creating a lake near Ashland, that we would not use eminent domain. That was said time and time and time again. So I introduced a bill that would prohibit the use of eminent domain specifically for that project, because I thought if we are going to not use it, let's codify it into law so that we can protect the landowners. And it's not going anywhere. None of these are going anywhere. But then another Senator Kavanaugh introduced a different eminent domain bill. I think it was eminent domain. Something, and I wish I knew the bill number, and I'm probably going to butcher it. So I'm going to give the smallest of synopsis because I don't want to misstate what the bill does. But it's something around open meetings and requiring eminent domain proceedings to be subject to open meetings. Something along those lines. I'm sure I have butchered it, but I don't remember what the bill number is. So, okay, so other government transparency. Another bill that I introduced, it's government transparency, is creating a new inspector general for procurement. We have had significant issues with procurement just in my tenure in the legislature. I know historically there have been significant issues with procurement, and we have not fully addressed those issues. We are working on it, but even with trying to address the issues of procurement, the lack of transparency and accountability in our procurement process is clearly leading to malfeasance. Clearly leading to it. We saw a significant amount of that with the contract with St. Francis Ministries. And now I am pursuing trying to get some level of transparency around the contracting process for our managed care organizations. I have been requesting this for months now. You may recall in January, at the start of January, like day 3, maybe day 2 in January, where I had received a bill for $64,000 from DHHS for my records request around the managed care organization's contract process. And I still haven't received the documentation. I am working with DHHS on it, but frankly, it shouldn't take this long to find out if there was impropriety in the contracting process. Now, of course, there's going to be a court case because they already sought an injunction and received it from the judge on the managed care organizations. But gosh, it would be nice if we had an inspector general that worked for the legislature that would conduct these investigations.
1 minute.
On behalf of the legislature, not on behalf of me, because let's be clear, the inspector generals do not conduct investigations based on my wishes as a senator, not at all. Their work is independent entirely. And if we had an inspector general to look into contracts, then I probably would get my nose out of those FOIA requests all the time. I've been making a lot fewer FOIA requests because I would know that we had an inspector general that looked into and ensures the proper oversight of contracts. And they would issue us a report, like the Inspector General of Child Welfare, like the Inspector General of Corrections. And like those inspector generals, they work with a committee chair. The Inspector General of Corrections works with the Judiciary Committee Chair, and a report is not released to the legislature until it is approved.
That's your time, Senator, and you're next in the queue.
Thank you. until it is worked on with the committee chair. So if we were to create an inspector general of procurement, I would assume that that inspector general would be directly tied to the committee of government. Maybe not, maybe the exec board, but it would be tied to it would be committee specific, and it would be working directly with one of our committees, not with me. This would not be Senator Michaela Cavanaugh now has an inspector general to look into the contracts that she is interested in looking into. No, not at all. Not even possible. Would be really inappropriate for me to do. So that's why I introduced that bill, because I think that oversight is part of the function of the legislature, but I don't think that we have the capacity as citizen legislators who are supposed to only work 60 or 90 days a year to do the level of oversight that is necessary to ensure that things are happening the way that they should and are intended. And that's why I think that we should have an inspector general of procurement. I think it would be a huge benefit to the legislature and to the state as a whole. And it also would make the contracting process, oversight of the contracting process, at least on the surface, appear less political. Because as much as I don't want it to, as much as I try to avoid it happening, I know that it looks political when I look into contracts. I know that it does, just because I'm in a different political party. It is not my intention to make these things political. I try very hard to just try and figure out answers to what's going on. A way to minimize the politicalization of our contracting is for us to have an inspector general of procurement. So that is the goal with that bill. That is to provide additional layers of accountability and oversight, much like this bill. Okay, how much time do I have?
2 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm trying to think through what other bills have layers of accountability this session before I go back to TANF, because I can talk about TANF for several more hours. No problem. But I did want to spend some amount of time speaking a little bit more to the issue at hand, which is government transparency and oversight. Okay. And, nope, wrong way. Sorry. I thought I found Senator John Kavanaugh's bill, but I didn't. Okay. Well, then I will just go back to TANF, because why not? Okay, so we got all this TANF money. Rainy day, it's raining TANF. And, we really should consider how we're utilizing it. There are the 4 pillars. One of them, the one that I think is kind of hilarious, is to address unwedlock pregnancies, which I previously discussed. I mean, this has been a tenet of TANF for decades. Unwedlock pregnancies, when we have previously had a prohibition on same-sex marriage. So if you were pregnant
1 minute.
and in a same-sex relationship, you automatically were unwedlock in your pregnancy. So at least we've addressed that. We've addressed that aspect of unwedlock pregnancies. Same-sex marriage has helped reduce the number of unwedlock pregnancies. So kudos to us, And in October is when the DHHS reported to the HHS committee that the stockpile had gone from 108 million to 31 million. I have no idea what it is right now, and I'm a little terrified to find out, but I'm sure it is more than 131 million. I don't think that it has gone down. Okay, so this is by Leah Cates. And it was first written on July 11th, 2022, and then updated on August 19th, 2022. And there is a lovely photo of a family. It is Morgan Price poses with her son Ezra, 13, and her daughter Jada, 5, at their North Omaha home on June 8th, 2022. Price recalls the emotional toll of living in poverty. It's, quote, "It's like, okay, I have to stay here all my life and look at depression, anxiety, stress on top of raising my kids in it and teaching them to look at that too," she said. And that's all that you can see. And the photo is by Chris Bowling. Okay, so this story closes out a series published in the Reader and on omahajobs.com from September 2021 to June 2022 that spotlights the experience of low-income working families in Omaha. This is also part of a larger series about inequity in Omaha titled Disinvested. And it's parentheses DIS and parentheses invested, disinvested. Okay. In 2010, Melinda Jacobs was a 20-year-old single mom struggling to make ends meet as a certified nursing assistant. Working night shifts to boost her wages wasn't enough to support her family. And Jacobs, whose story was featured in the April 2022 edition of The Reader, so she applied for Aid to Dependent Children, ADC, a public benefit program providing cash assistance to low-income families with kids. Jacobs was denied because her income was over the state cutoff level, which as of July 2021 was $741 per month, or $8,892 per year for her family of 2. Despite inflation, that amount has increased by only $74 in 6 years. More than a decade after being denied assistance, Jacobs learned she was permanently disqualified from ADC, this time because she said she'd been to prison on drug offenses. Anyone convicted of possessing, using, or distributing a controlled substance is permanently ineligible for assistance, according to the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS. It was hard being a single mom, having the weight on my shoulders, and being by myself, said Jacobs, who told the Reader she still can't get ADC despite completing drug
1 minute.
treatment and getting sober. When I was disqualified, I felt like giving up, going back to the streets and selling drugs. But I took a step back and realized I'm pregnant. I need to be healthy and sober for this baby. I need to get my kids back. It's not uncommon for public benefit denials to perpetuate poverty and crime, according to me, who said people turn to crime to support their children's basic needs. Aditi Shivarasta, a senior policy analyst at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities in Washington, D.C., told the Reader the drug felony ban is counterproductive. Quote, "When we see families struggling, that tells us they need more help, not less," end quote, she said. Stories like Jacobs are common in Nebraska.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator. And you're next up in the queue. It's your third time, and then you'll have your close.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. This time sometimes goes by really slowly and sometimes it goes by really fast. When you say that it's my last time and my third time, and I was like, whoa, I spoke that many times on this motion to reconsider already. Ooh, just flies by. Okay. Stories like Jacobs are common in Nebraska, where being denied ADC is the norm for families that apply to the program. In 2020, around 90% of families that applied for ADC were denied, according to federal data. Nebraska's denial rate for applications to get direct cash assistance surpasses that of all but 3 states in the nation. All but 3 states. And actually, there's a chart down here. Let me just, oh boy, I'm going to have to zoom in here. This chart. The states that have a higher denial rate than us, than Nebraska, are Texas, Mississippi, and Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, we are leading the pack. Okay, so in 2020, around 90% of families that applied for ADC were denied, according to federal data. Nebraska's denial rate for applications to get direct cash assistance surpasses that of all but 3 states in the nation. Denials happen because of a drug conviction, income slightly above the ultra low cutoff, time on the program exceeding the lifetime limit of 60 months, or because applicants just didn't cross their T's and dot their I's when filling out the 23-page application, according to Janine Beasley, who works with underserved families at the Child Saving Institute. And I'm pretty sure I just pronounced your first name wrong. I am sorry. But the rules and red tape don't mean Nebraska is strapped for ADC cash distribution. ADC comes from the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF. Oh, sorry, I just need to take a sip of water. TANF, an annual federal block grant given to each state to support low-income families. The state can use the money for programs such as Jobs for America Graduates, JAG, which I always think of as JAG, like the JAG for the military. There was a show called JAG, I think, that was about the military and their court system. Okay, anyways, Jobs for America's Graduates, which helps young people secure quality jobs, or for direct cash assistance via ADC. Or the state can decide to allocate the money to a rainy day fund. Guess what we do? Yeah. The balance of Nebraska's rainy day fund was more than $108 million as of September 2021, according to the state's legislative fiscal office. By September 2022, the amount is projected to exceed $110 million. Spoiler alert, it did. The balance decreased between 2013 and 2017 when it was around $52 million. But since then, it's ballooned upward by an average of $14 million each year. $14 million. $14 million. We could be giving direct cash assistance to the tune of $14 million, more than we currently are. Okay. Yearly change in TANF rainy day fund balance. The chart below shows how the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF, rainy day fund has grown over the past several years. Some advocates and legislators are concerned that allowing the balance to balloon and not spend down the fund leaves underserved families in a lurch. Okay.
1 minute.
Thank you. As of 2020, Nebraska was one of just 11 states with a TANF rainy day fund that contains more money than its annual TANF grant of around $57 million, according to the CBPP. Advocates and legislators on both sides of the political aisle are concerned about the bloated balance and the families that aren't being served. The level, quote, the level to which the fund has grown year after year is just inappropriate when people are struggling, says James Goddard, Senior Director of Programs at Nebraska Appleseed, a social justice nonprofit in Lincoln. And James does have red hair, but no, he is not related to me. We, quote, we need to get the dollars in the hands of low-income folks in Nebraska instead of sitting on the funds, end quote. Goddard said he can only speculate as to why the number has ballooned.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, you have 4 minutes, 55 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. I was just quickly looking at what I have left on this bill, and I think I've got this motion 954 to reconsider, And then we have the committee amendments. Did I submit a floor amendment that was really poorly written? So I might have to get cracking on that then, because I'm out of motions, I believe, after this. Unless, did we do an IPP motion? No. I could do an IPP motion still. I have one. Fantastic. There's a whole pantomime happening here. I'm sure that the staff over the legal counsel, committee counsel for various bills have been like pantomiming answers to me. And then the staff up front has been as well. Very much appreciate everyone's patience. That probably means that okay. Clear as mud. Back to the reader article. Goddard said he can only speculate as to why the number has ballooned, but he believes part of the reason is fewer families are being served due to strict eligibility rules and work requirements. In 2021, Nebraska served an average of 3,451 families per month. In 2000, it served nearly 3 times as many, according to federal data. That doesn't mean the need isn't there, though. According to the CBPP, Nebraska has experienced the 4th steepest drop of any state in the number of families receiving cash assistance. 52 families out of every 100 living in poverty got assistance from 2005 to 2006. By 2019 to 2020, the year 90% of ADC applicants were denied, it dropped to just 20 out of 100. 20 out of 100, from 52 to 20. That is a 32% drop in families receiving assistance. Quote, Nebraska is in a position to provide so much more with those reserves. This is a policy choice that the state could make. Shavaresta, I'm saying it wrong, I apologize, said. The fact that 90% of families are being turned away is also an active policy choice. More families should be served, end quote. Nebraska isn't the only state not spending hundreds of millions intended for underserved families. According to a ProPublica article published in December 2021, states aren't using $5.2 billion worth of TANF money, and not using more of the money is a fiscal fiasco for Nebraska, Kavanaugh said. We really make poverty a full-time job in Nebraska. When we don't utilize these programs and people commit crimes to get the essentials they need, it's costing the state money to the tune of increased incarceration, and it takes people out of the workforce because they are incarcerated. Oh, sorry, this is a quote, and I think it's a quote from me. It takes people out of the workforce because they are incarcerated. It's a very illogical circle we as a state are perpetuating by not using these dollars, she said, also noting that people quit work to apply for benefits full-time because the process is so time-intensive, and their incomes are slightly above the ultra-low cutoff. We really make poverty a full-time job. We really make poverty a full-time job. The benefits like ADC do boost the state's economy. Just look at COVID-19 relief efforts. Quote, the poverty rate has been measurably impacted because of COVID-19 assistance going out, says Shavaresta, who believes states should focus TANF spending on direct cash assistance programs like ADC. Quote, when families have their basic needs met, they are better able to plan for the future, including looking for work and participating in education and training programs that will increase their earnings in the future, she said. That is good. That is good for the state as a whole. Yes, it is.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak. This is your 3rd time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh.
Senator Kavanaugh, that's 4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Thank you, Mr. President. Continuing in the article. I realize maybe I'm reading too fast. I get notes from senators that I'm reading too fast. I get notes from senators that I'm reading too slow. Just right. This porridge is too cold. This porridge is too hot. This porridge is just right. Okay. Continuing with the reader article. I'll slow it down a little. It's also good for children, according to advocates and legislators. After all, individuals with minor children get the money, which is intended to help make sure kids thrive. And when families are denied, kids don't get their physical, social, and intellectual needs met, according to Beasley. For example, school's out and mommy may not have enough money to send them to extracurricular activities. She said, so kids stay home all day, every day during the summer, and don't get stimulation. It's prudent to have some money in reserve for when disaster strikes. For example, keeping 6 months worth of TANF spending, which is around $28 million, in the rainy day fund, according to Goddard. But in 2020, when COVID-19 ravaged the world, the rainy day balance swelled from over 92 million to more than 108 million. Advocates asked, what kind of rainy day is Nebraska waiting for before it draws down the funds? Again, in 2020, when COVID hit, the balance was 92 million. It is now 131 million. What are we waiting for? How impoverished do the people of Nebraska have to be before we take action? Now would be a great time. Just a wonderful time. We could start right now. Okay. Next subject line there is pointing fingers and gaslighting. In February 2021, Kavanaugh called the Rainy Day Fund a slush fund while testifying in support of a bill to expand eligibility for the child care subsidy program. Quote, I am concerned that DHHS is starting programs without any input or insight from us, this legislative body, she said, and that you continue to come in opposition to programs that various senators have introduced to support families and children, end quote. Kavanaugh and other senators wanted to use TANF to fund the child care subsidy program. But Stephanie Beasley, director of the Division of Children and Family Services in DHHS, insisted the department was adding new programs to underserved families, and if the allocated amount was spent each year, the state would spend down the rainy day fund by fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Guess what, everybody? This is what we are told every time we try to do anything that would tap into more funds. And we did.
1 minute.
We did pass Senator DeBoer's child care subsidy bill. And guess what? We went from 108 million to 131 million with that bill passed that they testified in opposition to because it would spend down the fund. We cannot spend it fast enough on the things that we want to spend it on, mostly because we are not changing the eligibility. Also, the reason that this department opposes us doing anything is because they have the flexibility to use the fund for programs that they want to use it for without our authorization, so long as we don't change the eligibility.
That's your time, Senator, and you're recognized to close on your motion to reconsider.
So long as we do not change the eligibility for TANF in Nebraska, DHHS has control over that money. It is our job to take control over that money. And it is our job to address the eligibility issue with TANF. Okay. So Kavanaugh and other senators wanted to use the TANF to fund the child care subsidy program. But Stephanie Beasley, director of the Division of Children and Family Services in DHHS, insisted the department was adding new programs for underserved families. And if the allocated amount was spent each year, the state would spend down the rainy day fund by fiscal years 2024 and 2025. Goddard isn't convinced the state will spend the rainy day fund anytime soon. That's good. You shouldn't be, because we haven't. Neither is Aubrey Mancuso, Deputy Director of the Women's Fund of Omaha, who used to be the Executive Director at Voices for Children in Nebraska, where she argued for the state to use more TANF funds during COVID-19 crisis. They, quote, "They've been saying they'll use more funds for a decade. The fund just keeps getting bigger," end quote, she said. Quote, "When we think about what Nebraska has been doing with TANF money, item A is they're not spending it," end quote. Historical versus projected rainy day fund balances. This chart compares historical temporary assistance to needy families, rainy day balance, to DHHS projections for the rainy day balance in the coming years. Although advocates would like for the balance to decrease, which would indicate the underserved families are getting assistance, they are skeptical of whether it will do so, given the rainy day balance history of continually ballooning upward. Okay, so part of the reason that I'm not concerned about us increasing eligibility, depleting the rainy day funds, is that we aren't spending our block grant annually. So we would have to have our block grant of, I think it was 58 million. We would have to spend the 58 million before we even tap into the rainy day funds. And we're not spending the 58 million. If we increase eligibility, we still won't be spending the full 58 million. So we still won't be tapping into the rainy day funds. And the rainy day funds will still be growing because we aren't spending the full block grant. We aren't even to the point of spending the full block grant, which is part of the problem. We should not be withholding resources from the most needy Nebraskans on a technicality. And that's what we're doing. The technicality is the eligibility. We have the money. We have the money to provide the resources that these individual families need, and we're not doing it on a technicality. So, Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1 minute, 15 seconds.
Thank you. Okay, so this chart has the historical rainy day balance and then the projections by DHHS. DHHS has it projected.
1 minute.
Thank you. That by 2028, so 5-ish years from now, that the rainy day balance would be diminished to almost nothing. The reality is that we would first have to spend the full amount of the block grant and then some. We cannot deplete the rainy day balance until we start spending bare minimum the full amount of the block grant. And besides just putting money into random programs or creating new programs, the best way to spend the block grant is to give the cash assistance to the needy families. Something we could do, something within our power.
Senator.
Thank you. Call the House.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Breezy has some guests in the north balcony, 3rd and 4th graders from the New Hope Christian School in Carroll, Nebraska. Please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
12 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please report to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Dorn, Armendariz, Vargas, Clemens, Hughes, and Hunt, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. The question is the motion to reconsider. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 39 nays, Mr. President, to reconsider the vote.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, for items, I raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, the Revenue Committee notice will hold an executive session at 4 o'clock under the south balcony. Revenue, 4 o'clock under the south balcony. Mr. President, next motion, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh move to indefinitely postpone Legislative Bill 254.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay. This is my last motion. I'll reconsider the vote after this one, but this is my last motion. So, and then I'll do a reconsider the vote on this one. And then after that, I have a floor amendment that I drafted to attach to this that is really consequential, folks. Very, very consequential. I do have some amendments being drafted to other bills that are on the agenda that are more conversation pieces than anything else. But I don't want to jump ahead of myself. We'll stick with where we're at for today. I also don't know how late we go on this. I think when we started, we had 7 hours and we started at like 1:15. So assuming if we went right through, that would be 8:15, but we usually take a 30-minute dinner break. So maybe 9:45. I don't actually know. I am making up numbers right now on the time. But we're what? We have final reading at 7:30. What? Oh my gosh. Look at that. I totally missed that. We have final reading at 7:30. Cool beans. Oh, good. 376. I haven't talked about that one enough. Senator Lowe, I was not even prepared for that. I missed that. Woo. Thank goodness. Is this the one about fish fries? No. Darn it. Can I make it about fish fries? I'm getting a head shake. No, I cannot make it about fish fries. I bet I can find a creative way to make LB 376 about fish fries. Though we are out of the fish fry season. You know what? A great conversation about fish fries is TANF. TANF. Who doesn't love a good fish fry? TANF can help support families that maybe like to go to a fish fry once a year during Lent at their local church. So there you go. I knew I could make something about fish fries today. All right, I was reading an article and I'm going to get back to that. So this is the Reader. Okay. Now, I do want to be clear that this article is from 2022. So when it's talking about the administration, it's the previous administration, not the current administration. So there we go. Okay. The Reader reached out multiple times to DHHS and the governor's office about the story, but was not granted an interview. DHHS was, however, responsive to numerous records requests. Well, that's good to hear. I hope they didn't charge you an arm and a leg. If they did, however, there was a court case. I think the Nebraska Supreme Court decided it on the side of our media about records requests from the state and being charged an exorbitant fee for them. So, but I'm glad to hear in this particular instance that they were responsive to records requests. According to its TANF plan, DHHS intends to gradually increase spending on ADC. In addition to other resources and programs for underserved families. Whoa. Hold up. Hold the phone. Stop the bus. What? According to its TANF plan, DHHS intends to gradually increase spending on ADC, aid to dependent children. Fascinating. I'd love to know more. How are they going to do that without the legislature changing the eligibility? That seems like quite the conundrum for people who come in opposition to changing the eligibility. So they had it as part of their plan to increase spending in the aid to dependent children, but they oppose increasing eligibility or payments in the aid to dependent children program. How are they going to increase the spending? Are they going to stop finding reasons to reject 90% of the applicants? That is something to ponder for certain. Back to the article. The department says it will reduce the fund to less than 97 million by September 2023, less than 79 million by September 2024, and approximately 4.5 million by September 2028. But Goddard doesn't think DHHS's plan for how it'll spend the money shown on the table below is as granular as it could be, and Kavanaugh said despite her best efforts to get more information about the expenditures listed, she doesn't understand what many of the expenditures mean. It's a circular conversation, this quote, it's a circular conversation that ends with the same outcome, which is we don't know what they're doing, we don't know what their plan is, and they insist they've told us what their plan is, end quote, Kavanaugh told the reader. Quote, have you heard of the term gaslighting? End quote. Yes, I stand by that comment. I very much feel like the conversation around TANF and the rainy day fund with DHHS has been a series of gaslighting conversations where they tell me they have a plan. They tell the committee they have a plan. We ask what the plan is. They tell us they've given us the plan. We say we don't have the plan. They say we sent you the plan. Then we look at what they sent us and we say that's not a plan. And they're like, well, that's the plan and we sent it to you. It's like, if I gave you a turkey sandwich and you were like, I would really like a slice of pizza. And I say, well, I gave you a slice of pizza. And you're like, no, you didn't give me a slice of pizza. And I'm like, yeah, that right there in your hand, that's a slice of pizza. And I'm like, no, that's a turkey sandwich. And then you're like, I say, no, that's a slice of pizza. And you're like, no, it's clearly a turkey sandwich. Nope, slice of pizza. And I would just like walk off. Like, that's what's happening here. They are not giving us what they say that they are giving us. They are insistent that they are giving us what they say that they have given us, and they haven't, and we know that they haven't. So it feels like gaslighting. Okay. DHHS estimate of annual TANF grant expenditures. This is DHHS's plan for spending temporary assistance for needy families, TANF money. Some state senators and advocates say the plan is not specific enough for a clear understanding of how the money is used. Here is how the money is used. Estimate of annual grant expenditures. TANF administration, $3.45 million. TANF childcare, $5 million. TANF information system, $500,000. TANF cash assistance aid to dependent children, $18.5 million. TANF child welfare services, $7 million. That's okay. What is that? TANF work activities, or the employment first, $9.3 million. TANF cash assistance, LB 89, aid to dependent children standard of need, $823,000. TANF home visitation program.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. $2 million. TANF family focused case management, $450 million. TANF social services block grant Mommy and Me, $850 million. TANF Social Services Community Response Program, $1.7 million. TANF Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Employment and Training, $550,000. TANF Emergency Assistance, $250,000. TANF Support Services and Work Supports for Child Welfare Families, TANF Alternative Response, $480,000. TANF Fatherhood Initiative, $1.25 million. TANF Crisis Pregnancy Program, $1 million with an increase to $2 million. TANF Jobs for America graduates.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Brewer, pursuant to the rules, you have 5 minutes to respond to the motion to indefinitely postpone.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to take a whole lot less than that. Just to bring everybody back to reality, LB 254 is simply a digital library of the proceedings here on the floor and on our committee hearings. And I would just ask for a red vote on IPP unit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brewer. Senator Erdman, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't even realize I was still on my opening. Senator Brewer, next time, feel free to take the full 5 minutes. I feel like the tone of my voice is maybe lulling some people into a nap. So, okay. TANF Jobs for America's Graduates JAG program, $850,000. TANF program work group recommendations, in parentheses, TBD, $300,000 with an estimate $2 million in the future, and then $4 million after that. Okay. Kavanaugh said lawmakers could raise the income requirement so more people are eligible for assistance and or increase the monthly amount families receive. But they haven't done any of that yet because according to Kavanaugh, they don't have the votes. Yeah. Maybe we do though. I would love to be wrong. If ever I were wrong, I would love it to be about having the votes to increase eligibility for TANF. That would be awesome. I mean, I'm happy to be wrong about a lot of things, but I really would like to be wrong about that one. Okay. But they haven't, okay, yep, that's where we are. A bill introduced by Senator Kathy Campbell in 2015 to increase the maximum ADC payment and let families continue to get some benefits even if they get a small raise so they don't have to choose between ADC and their jobs did get the votes in the legislature, but it was vetoed by Governor Pete Ricketts, who called it unsustainable, saying it would drain the rainy day fund and Nebraska would ultimately incur the cost. A lower cost version later passed as an amendment to another bill, and in March 2021, the Heritage Foundation said unsustainable entitlement programs are a primary driver of the federal government's failing fiscal health. I'm not sure what the connection is. Okay. The reader reached out to multiple senators who might vote against expanding ADC access, as well as the Platt Institute, a conservative think tank, and did not get any interviews, but conversations about TANF might be on the legislative horizon. At the end of the 2022 session, State Senator John Arch introduced a resolution, LR 407, calling for an interim study of Nebraska's past and future use of TANF funds. The resolution is co-sponsored by both Democratic and Republican members of the Health and Human Services Committee. The state's use of TANF funds is a bipartisan concern. In December 2014, then State Auditor Mike Foley, who's now Lieutenant Governor, now this is in the past, he's now State Auditor again, wrote a report to Carrie Winterer, then DHHS CEO, pointing out a, quote, significant deficiency, end quote, in Nebraska handling of TANF cash reserve funds. At the time, the rainy day fund totaled more than $55 million, according to Foley's report. I did start reading Foley's report this morning. I have not finished reading Foley's report. We can, of course, always go back to reading Foley's report at a later date. Even when Nebraska put some TANF money to use, however, community members, legislators, and advocates say it doesn't necessarily help and sometimes perpetuates poverty. Kind of an insult. That's the next header. During the first winter of COVID-19, Jen Miller, thank you, whose name has been changed for this story to protect her identity, spent 30 hours a week taking resume writing courses on LinkedIn and attending Zoom meetings about local job opportunities. I just have to finish some classes, the single mother told her 9-year-old son who is in remote schooling. Miller never mentioned to her son that those classes were required for her to stay on aid to dependent children. Quote, I was embarrassed, said Miller, who said she previously earned $27 an hour at Facebook, where she installed and terminated fiber optics before being laid off in December 2020 and applying for every public benefit program she could. There was a feeling you were a bit looked down upon by the people running the program, she said, a stigma. Miller also felt uncomfortable with the 30 hours per week work requirement for single parent families.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed, request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, Senator Armendariz, Senator Ballard, Senator Blood, voting yes. Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, Senator John Kavanaugh, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, not voting. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, Senator Dungan, not voting. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibach, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, not voting. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, not voting. Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, Senator Vargas, Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart. Vote is 26 ayes, 2 nays. Mr. President, to cease debate.
Thank you. Debate does cease. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close. There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
12 ayes, 8 nays. Mr. President, to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senator Kavanaugh, you may continue on your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I had previously stated, part of the reason that I do motions is because it's easier on staff. Calling the question is fine. Voting for calling the question is fine. I we'll just do more floor amendments, which is fine. And so there'll be more votes. So again, all fine, all good. I am taking this to cloture. I'm taking everything to cloture. If you want to vote more often, call the question all the time, and I'll keep calling the House and we'll keep doing this dance. That is fine. I just want to be clear about that, because I am prepared to put up amendments and motions as much as necessary on everything. So I'm trying to do what I'm doing and not inconvenience people more so than already I'm inconveniencing people, including my colleagues and staff. But if you want me to do more of this, I will do more of it. It's fine by me. So what we're doing now is a call of the House on the IPP motion because Senator Erdman called the question to cease debate, and the question prevailed. And so now we're going to take a vote on the IPP motion, and then I'll have a motion to reconsider the motion. And I'm sure Senator Erdman now is angling to call the House some more, or not call the House, call the question some more. So I'll start writing up more floor amendments, because I didn't write a bunch of floor amendments because I was trying to avoid, or write any amendments, because I was trying to avoid taking up more staff time than necessary. And so I will do that. And I have amendments drafted for other bills, but I'm really just trying to give staff a little bit of a break since they had a really hard week like the rest of us last week. And I didn't want to be putting more on all the staff, including bill drafters, my staff, the clerk's staff. I wanted to have fewer things that had to be done and just take the time by talking. But if you want to minimize the amount of time I talk on a specific issue by calling the question, that is fine. I'm still going to talk. I'm still going to talk and talk and talk and talk. I'm just trying to be a little bit more considerate in my approach today. That's it. I'm talking about TANF today. People seemed to not appreciate me talking about LB 574 all of the time. So I'm trying to talk about other issues as well. And if people want to be unkind and call the question and vote for calling the question, you are hurting staff, and that does irritate me. That does irritate me, but that is your problem, not my problem. So we are where we are. And I still am trying to give the clerk's office a little bit of a reprieve by not doing a roll call vote on every single vote, because that does take more time. And it's really not the clerk's responsibility to help me take more time. So I don't want to be forcing them to do a roll call vote constantly. So, Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
1 minute, 23 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. So after this vote, we're going to have a motion to reconsider. I'm going to open. If people get in the queue and call the question, I'm going to call the House, and we're going to do this all over again. If people don't get in the queue and call the question, and people just want to yield me time, you all can go about your merry business for as long as I have times to speak and that people yield me time. It's neither here nor there for me, because I'm standing here doing it regardless. You all might care to have less time where you keep getting called back to your seat. I will leave it there. And unless somebody else asks for it, I'm fine with the machine vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senators Frederickson and John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. The question is the motion to indefinitely postpone. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
0 ayes, 41 nays on the motion to indefinitely postpone.
The motion fails. I raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, your Committee on Natural Resources, chaired by Senator Balsman, reports Legislative Bill 599 to general file with committee amendments. Additionally, Mr. President, Senator Michaela Cavanaugh would move to reconsider the vote taken on the indefinitely postponed motion.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, we will take a little break from TANF, the TANF conversation. Is it a conversation if it's one-sided with myself? Probably not. The TANF monologue. There we go. Who wants to buy tickets to go see the TANF monologues? Ooh, the reviews are in. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh's Temporary Assistance to Needy Families monologues is a sensation. It's a showstopper. It's almost as good as when she had the whole conversation for a couple of weeks about the Oxford comma. You never know what you're going to get with your Nebraska legislature. Okay, so LB 254, let's talk about it. LB 254, comments from online about LB 254. A little housekeeping issue with myself. So I've got this cardboard box top here so that I could have my podium up a little bit higher so my back wouldn't hurt so much. But my light doesn't go up any higher. So I have no light unless I do that, which is a little bit blinding, and it only lights up the top of my page. I guess I could turn it like that. Maybe, ooh, what if I turned it like this and then read like that? Ingenuity right there. Okay. This is a proponent. So thank you, Senator Brewer, for bringing LB 254 to the floor. Thomas Jefferson said, quote, "If we are to guard against ignorance and remain free, it is the responsibility of every American to be informed." End quote. While it is most effective to be in the Capitol and directly see and hear all testimony, that is virtually impossible for most people. In fact, even if one is in the Capitol, they wouldn't be physically able to attend all hearings. However, if all hearings were available through digital internet archive of closed caption video coverage of the legislature, including all floor debate and public committee hearings indexed by the legislative bill or resolution number or by date, this would make it possible for those who want to see and hear what is going on in the state capitol. It is our state house. As citizens of the state, we should be able to have the right to access all proceedings. I remind everyone on the committee that many people are unable to attend due to work or physical ability in the case of seniors. Closed captioning TV and archive sessions would allow all people, regardless of the reason, to have access to these sessions if they chose to. I'm going to turn this podium back around because it's still not helpful for my back. So I will just read it in semi-darkness. Thank you for the opportunity of this testimony. And that is from Liz Abel and District 31. Okay. And then we've got the next one is from Mary Barton from District 30. Oh, and I should note, if any of the people whose things I'm reading, people ask about the online testimony. I love to look at the online testimony. So when you submit it, I don't know, I can't speak for 48 other people, but I can speak for myself. I do look at it, though I do know that others look at it as well, because I've heard them reference online testimonies during other committee hearings. Okay, so just drink some water. Okay. Mary Barton. Dear Senator Breezy and the Executive Committee, my name is Mary Barton. I'm a retired University of Nebraska at Kearney librarian who has lived in Lincoln for 15 years. As a professional university librarian, I strongly support LB 254. It will allow access to the digital internet archive of the video coverage of the legislature, which will serve researchers, the media, and others for years to come. While some cost will be involved, it will serve as an important record in the future. Please forward LB 254 to general file and passage by the legislature. That is sincerely Mary Barton, District 30. Patrice Beckham of District 45 in Bellevue. I am writing in support of LB 254. Given that the legislature works for Nebraska citizens and we are entitled to easy access to see what our elected officials are doing, it is only reasonable that there be a digital record accessible to the public of the activity at the unicameral. Current access is very limited. Basically, the general public has access to a live stream through Nebraska Public Media only. The citizens are becoming more involved and want information on the actions of our elected officials, but the process is difficult at best. More dedicated Nebraskans have taken the time to screen record hearings and share on YouTube. Only a select few are aware there is a process to request legislative hearings, and even a vast majority of the employees, officials in the building are unaware. This process requires an email with your name, address, specific hearing being requested. There's a wait of 3+ days, and there's a $10 fee for the flash drive. The flash drive also includes a very specific disclosure of permitted use of the hearings. It's a cumbersome and slow process. The reality is, in this day of technology, the capabilities exist to create a seamless process for citizens to have access to this material and be able to share the content with others. It would be extremely beneficial in helping to promote civic engagement from all Nebraskans and would drive web traffic to the legislature's website, increasing the likelihood individuals look at things other than the initial reason they came to the site. We, the people, are the second house in Nebraska, and this is key for citizens to get more involved. Please support LB 254. Thank you for your service to our state. Well, thank you, Mary. Okay, this is from Sandra Black, District 30, Hickman, Nebraska. The citizens of Nebraska are the second house of the Nebraska Legislature. As such, it is imperative that they have access to what transpires within the body. Creating a publicly accessible internet archive of all video recordings of the legislature and its committee hearings will provide greater government transparency to the public. Thomas Blenton, representing Self, District 29, Lincoln, Nebraska. Hello, Chairman Breezy and members of the Executive Board. My name is Thomas Blanton. I don't know, I'm just going to say it with an accent, Blanton, kind of like Gaston. And I'd like to voice my support of LB 254. While I do support Senator Brewer's reasoning for this bill and the need to increase accountability, I also support this bill because I believe it will also increase accessibility to the legislative process. I attended high school in Alliance, Nebraska. It's about a 6 to 7 hour drive from Lincoln. It's a long drive to make to be able to give 3 to 5 minutes of testimony on a bill, and I believe most people faced with that kind of barrier would sooner tune out the legislature and the legislative process than try to get past.
1 minute.
Thank you. I know there is the option to submit comments online, but I would argue the reason I use this tool so often is because I'm able to occasionally come and be part of the process by participating in person in a hearing with relative ease. A lot of Nebraskans do not have the opportunity, and they don't have the opportunity to watch hearings. I believe if they did, more Nebraskans would become interested in government and being informed. For that reason, I ask members of the board to support this bill. I'd like to thank Senator Brewer for introducing and all the co-sponsors for supporting it. I also ask members of the board to continue to think of ways that might help increase accessibility to the legislative process for Nebraskans who don't live nearby. Thank you for your time. Okay, I think that I am about out of time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. I support LB 254. Senator Brewer, opening during the committee hearing on February 10th said, quote, "We live in a world where folks are working multiple jobs, and it is physically, in many cases, impossible to come here and be a part of that second house. What the video archive does is essentially a library where they can come in, they can see committee hearings to listen and see at the time of their availability to what has happened, and then also to hear floor debate on bills. The idea of having a unicameral in the second house of the people, I think, is weakened when we don't give them the ability to see what we do." Senator Michaela Kavanaugh spoke about how, you know, in the last 4 or 5 years, there have been so many kind of ad hoc different groups pop up to try to live stream the legislature, whether it's committee hearings or floor debate. You can watch these things live, but there's a lot of groups that have started recording them and putting them on YouTube, or recording them and putting them on Facebook. And I know that a lot of people who do this work, which is volunteer work, obviously, they see it almost like a job. They take it just as seriously, and it matters as much to them as a job that they're doing, because they're doing it out of the goodness of their hearts, and because they have a deep-seated passion for transparency and making sure that people who can't be here in person, like Senator Brewer said in his opening on this bill, to make sure that they can somehow feel like they're involved. And I think that we've seen that reflected through the degree of contact we've received from the public in the last 4 or 5 years, and the nature of that contact. It's not just people who are, unemployed watching NET all day long, like perhaps it was 5-10 years ago. Now there are people who are watching specific issues, who are paying attention to specific bills, and they have families, they have jobs, they're busy, but because other people are putting recordings of our work online, they can catch up with what we're doing at a time that works for them. However, not everybody is tech savvy or aware or has the means or ability to join these Facebook groups or find these YouTube channels. And it's one of those things that, they're not official, and so they're not promoted by the legislature or the unicameral update or anything like that. So it's hard for them to find information about what it is we're doing. I hear so often from constituents who read about what we've done in the newspaper and then contact me frustrated that it kind of happened without them really knowing about it. Like, oh, if I had known that you were voting on this, I would have come and testified. Or if I had known you were going to vote on this, then I would have contacted more senators. And there's really a feeling sometimes among people that they could have done more, that they wish they could have done more to impact the levers of government and impact the decisions that we're making as lawmakers. And, that's a feeling that I relate to absolutely. Every time something doesn't go my way, I think, I didn't solve the puzzle, right? Like there's always something more I could have done to make people see things my way or to make the outcome better for everybody involved.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many people are working multiple jobs because their wages are so low, and the rising cost of living is very serious. And Senator Brewer is correct that sometimes it's physically impossible for folks to actively participate in the legislative process. Not everybody who would like to be involved is given paid time off, and many have to choose between their hourly wage and their advocacy. That's why paying our workers a living wage is essential to democracy. In the 2022 election, nearly 60% of voters in Nebraska approved a minimum wage increase. Multiple counties, including those as far west as Senator Hardin's District 48 and as far south as Senator Slama's District 1, passed the initiative with over 50% support. And I'll continue this on my next time on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so I was at, let's see here, the public comments. I'm going to go down to ones that aren't just one sentence. This is from Amy Borderson from District 14, Papillion, Nebraska. It is only reasonable that there be a digital record accessible to the public of the ongoings of the unicameral outside of live streaming. This current process to access archived data is cumbersome and slow. We need a simple, easily accessible process for citizens to have access to this material and be able to share the content with others. It is in the best interest of Nebraskans. Let's see here. Okay. This one's from Amy Cotter from District 19, Pierce, Nebraska. I fully support LB 254. We are a nation and state governed by, quote, the people, of the people, by the people, for the people, end quote. Why shouldn't the people, in caps, have full transparency when it comes to the dealings of government issues? We need to be able to hold you, our elected officials, accountable. How can we do that if so much is done behind closed doors? Let's see LB 254 passed. Thank you, Amy Cotter. Walta Sudad, and no district listed, Omaha, Nebraska. Okay, this is Senator Tom Breezy, Chair, and members of the Executive Committee, State Capitol, Lincoln, Nebraska. Re LB 254, parentheses, Brewer. Require the Legislative Council to develop and maintain a publicly accessible and digital internet archive of closed caption video coverage of the legislature and change powers and duties of the Nebraska Educational Telecommunications Commission. Support. Please include this letter from the League of Women Voters of Nebraska as part of the record in support of LB 254. Dear Senator Breezy and members of the Executive Committee, the League of Women Voters of Nebraska supports LB 254 because the second house of the legislature should have access to the legislative sessions and hearings. Many Nebraska citizens are unable to attend legislative sessions and hearings and have daytime obligations that prevent them from watching or attending legislative activities. Having access to the legislative sessions and hearings will give the second house the opportunity to be involved and better educated in the process. In addition, these official video recordings should be easily accessible, free, searchable, and closed captioned, which will help Nebraskans keep a better eye on their legislature. Many will talk about the cost, e.g., what does it cost to store proceedings now, how much storage space is utilized, and how much time and labor does it take to research information. So yes, setting up a digital internet archive of video coverage, it has costs. But once it is done, the historical data will help educate and enlighten our voters and preserve information for future generations. Please vote LB 254 out of committee to general file for debate. Sincerely, Walta Sue Dodd, Voter Services Co-Director, League of Women Voters Nebraska, and Mary Lee Moulton, President, League of Women Voters of Nebraska. Andrew Dunkley.
1 minute.
Thank you. Of Lincoln, Nebraska, representing the Nebraska Farm Bureau, Nebraska Pork Producers, Nebraska Soybean Association, Renewable Fuels Nebraska, Nebraska State Dairy Association. It's February 8th, 2022, Executive Board, Nebraska Legislature, Room 1525, State Capitol, Lincoln, Nebraska. Chairman Breezy, members of the Executive Board, I write today in support of LB 254 on behalf of the Nebraska Farm Bureau, Nebraska State Dairy Association, Nebraska Corn Growers Association, Nebraska Pork Producers, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska Wheat Growers Association, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. I think I'm about out of time, so I will come back to reading the rest of this letter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized.
Question.
The question has been called. Do I see 5 hands? I do. The question is, shall debate cease? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
11 ayes, 1 nay to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Frederickson, Armendariz, Ibaugh, Hughes, and John Kavanaugh, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. Senator Armendariz, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. The question before the body is the motion to call the question. All those in favor? Roll call has been requested. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Aguilar. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Not voting, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Not voting, Senator Bostoman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Conrad, I'm sorry, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Not voting, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Not voting, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Moser. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Not voting, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart.
Senator Halloran? Voting yes. Right there.
Senator Halloran voting yes. Vote is 30 yeas, 4 nays, Mr. President.
The motion to call the question was successful. Senator Kavanaugh, you are recognized to close on your reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues. So this is the last of the motions. We'll be moving on to floor amendments after this and other amendments that might be filed. So yeah, that's fun. Okay, so I was reading the comments on LB 254 that were submitted online. And this one is from Andrew Dunkley, and he is representing support on behalf of Nebraska Farm Bureau, Nebraska State Dairy Association, Nebraska Corn Growers Association, Nebraska Pork Producers, Nebraska Soybean Association, Nebraska Wheat Growers Association, and Renewable Fuels Nebraska. Yes, we're still under call because there was a call of the House and the vote to call the question, and now we're going to have that vote on the underlying motion at hand. So generally speaking, the call of the House isn't usually lifted when somebody's closing and you're all about to take a vote, in case people are wondering. I mean, it can be lifted, but since you have to be here in about 3.5 minutes anyways to vote, you may as well just stick around, I guess, especially if we do a roll call vote. Back to the letter. As you all well know, the legislature takes place most times during prime work hours. This is especially true for farmers and ranchers who are often in the middle of calving, prepping, and planting seasons during legislative sessions. With the amount of importance placed on so many of the bills debated and heard in the unicameral, we are in favor of making the change to allow archiving of broadcasted legislative sessions and committee hearings, so those tied up with other important matters during the regular hours of the legislature can watch the proceedings when it works best in their schedules. While there is a process now to request past footage, this process is prohibitive for the everyday Nebraskan trying to keep up with the legislature, yet working throughout the day. This action would open up the legislative process and allow for a more involved and committed constituency. We ask for the passage of LB 254 and thank Senator Brewer for bringing this bill. Andrew Dunkley, the Nebraska Farm Bureau. There is Bruce Ediger of Aurora, Nebraska, District 13, and his note says, I'm a proponent of this bill. Well, thank you, Bruce. Nancy Fox of Lincoln, Nebraska, District 26. This bill sounds like a very good idea. Transparency is vital in government. This would benefit everyone. Thank you, Nancy. Tiffany Fox of Lincoln, Nebraska, District 25. I support a digital record of the legislature available to the public. This aids in transparency. Thank you, Tiffany. Angie Gallegos, Omaha, Nebraska, District 39. Please allow for transparent and open records between our Nebraska citizens and their representatives. The accessibility of digital video coverage would allow all Nebraskans the opportunity to create trust with our senators. Thank you, Angie. Twyla Galino of Valentine, Nebraska, District 43. Public access to the legislature is of vital importance to the public. I try to watch live, but many times this isn't possible. I would like to be able to access and hear what happened at any time. Please vote yes to video archiving of all committee and legislature hearings so they are available for public access. Thank you for your time. Well, thank you, Twyla.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Timothy Hanley, Kearney, Nebraska, District 37. Keep the legislature accountable to the, quote, second house / the people, end quote, by providing video documentation of the proceedings. Thank you, Timothy. I will say that I always watched the legislature before I was here, and I was always very fascinated in watching the legislature and listening to floor debate and committee hearings. And I didn't realize how much people watched it until I was running for office. People would tell me all the time when I was knocking on doors that they watched the legislature. And it just seems like it's grown in, I don't know if popularity is the right term to use, but it certainly seems like it has grown in viewership. It would be interesting to get the media metrics from the Nebraska Public Media and see if it actually has viewership.
Time, Senator.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Mr. President.
Motion before the body is the reconsideration. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Boson. Voting no, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Bostelman. Voting no, Senator Brandt. Voting no, Senator Brewer. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Day, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Voting no, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Von Gellern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Senator Wayne. Senator Wishart. Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 0 ayes, 42 nays, Mr. President.
The motion to reconsider fails. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Mr. President, the next amendment to the standing committee amendments offered by Senator Hunt, AM 1259.
Senator Hunt, you're welcome to open on AM 1259.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this amendment does, let me pull it up. What this amendment does is on page 1, line 11, after the period, it inserts, quote, closed captioned video coverage shall include closed captioning in both English and Spanish. On page 7, line 28, after the period, insert, quote, closed captioned video coverage shall include closed captioning in both English and Spanish. I debated whether to include languages other than Spanish, but English and Spanish speakers make up the majority of speakers in Nebraska. In Nebraska, 88.78% of residents speak only English, 7.4% speak Spanish, and there's a ton of other languages, but number 3 jumps down to only 0.39 with Vietnamese. This is a great thing for transparency and increasing public participation in the legislative process. If we're going to do it, we must consider the second most dominant language speaking group. Not to include Spanish captioning would leave a significant portion of the population out, but if the body has the will to include more languages, I would definitely be supportive of that. My amendment also doesn't prohibit Nebraska Public Media from offering other options. I just feel it's important to specify the legislature's intention that at least Spanish be included. Speaking more about the way that the rising cost of living is affecting people's access to the second house, many people are working multiple jobs because their wages are so low that it's required to meet the rising cost of living. Senator Brewer is correct that it is sometimes physically impossible for folks to actively participate in the legislative process. Not all folks who would like to be involved are given paid time off, and many have to choose between their hourly wage and their advocacy. This is why paying our workers a living wage is an essential part of democracy. In the 2022 election, nearly 60% of voters in Nebraska approved a minimum wage increase. Multiple counties, including those as far west as Senator Hardin's District 48 and as far south as Senator Slama's District 1, passed the initiative with over 50% support. Notably, Senator Raybold's District 28 led the way with 75% of voters voting for the initiative. There are bills in this legislature that work to undo the will of the people and to limit the wage increase. This subverts democracy in the sense that the bill sponsors would undo a ballot initiative while also limiting the ability of hourly workers to take time off for participation in our legislative process, which would be made easier through LB 254 and even easier if we adopted AM 1259. For those Nebraskans who are able to come to the Capitol building, either because their job affords them the opportunity or because they are able to go without the paid hours, participating in hearings is an important part of their civic engagement. We had many committee hearings this year that ran past 5 p.m., and some of our chairs were diligent in ensuring that every person who waited to speak was given the opportunity to do so. Unfortunately, we had 2 committee chairs who limited testimony to the point that hundreds of hopeful testifiers were left out of the process. The committee hearings for LB 374 and LB 575 in the Education Committee were cut short due to an arbitrary process that was adopted by Senator Merman, in which total testimony was limited despite multiple testifiers remaining after the cutoff point. Similarly, the HHS committee adopted a blanket rule that testimony for either side be limited to 3 hours, leaving many, especially opponents of LB 626 and LB 574, out of the process despite waiting in the hallways or in the stuffy overflow room for the entire afternoon and evening. This bill with this amendment is an important step to providing more transparency and accessibility in our legislative processes, but we still have a long way to go in improving the processes we already have. When folks are waiting for over 6 hours to share their testimony and go home without ever being able to share it with us, we as a legislative body have failed the second house. Senator Brewer, in the hearing, in response to Senator Geist's question about the fiscal note, said, "I think there needs to be a look at the Nebraska public media, what we're currently paying in currently for that." What did the state's military department pay Deloitte & Touche for ERA-1 contracts? ERA-1 was a federal rent and utility assistance program established during the pandemic to grant financial assistance to low-income individuals and families. Deloitte built an internet-based portal to receive applications, but it was rife with issues such as only allowing 1 application per computer. Think about public spaces such as libraries, schools, social service agencies, caseworkers, etc. It was not connected to the local social service agencies and rerouted calls to the call center located in Texas. As a result, many applications were denied, and those that were accepted often waited multiple weeks. This was for emergency rental assistance. The emergency rental assistance program allowed for 10% of funds to be used for administration costs. So out of our $158 million allotment, $15.8 million could be allocated to Deloitte. However, Treasury guidance stated that if 30% of the initial allocation was not spent by September 30th, 2022, then 10% of the administrative fees are not attributable to the actual costs of the program. Because of how clunky and slow our application process was, we did not meet the September 30th deadline, and $96,416,548 was reallocated. The audit report states that Deloitte should only have received $6,215,603 due to the reallocation. However, due to a lack of oversight on the hourly rates that charged as high as $350 an hour, Deloitte was paid $12,563,227 of our $26,339,517 emergency rental assistance disbursement. The audit report found that as of January 17th, 2023, the agency has spent $1 in administrative costs for every $2 spent in aid. We paid about half of our accepted federal rent and utility assistance to fund the firm that made the application so inaccessible that we had to return over $130 million to the federal government in the first place. This is not because there was no public need for these funds. Ask Senator Aguilar how his district has fared without the additional emergency rental assistance funding. People all over the state are having to choose between their monthly rent payments and their groceries. There was a recent article in the Nebraska Examiner in which the Food Bank of the Heartland stated it is seeing the most, quote, sustained hunger crisis, unquote, in its 40-year history. Senator Day has a food access bill that would extend the sunset on eligibility for families in the Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. It's currently sitting in the HHS committee, and the committee chair is refusing to exec on it. We are on the precipice, if not in, an economic crisis. Senator DeBoer has a child care subsidy bill that would extend the sunset on eligibility for families who have already been receiving child care for the past 2 years. Allowing both our federally subsidized child care and food access programs to sunset would signal that this legislative body is ignoring the economic pressure caused by inflation and cost of living increases throughout this country. It would also signal that we are choosing to ignore the very real barriers that keep everyday Nebraskans from participating in the second house. I fully support efforts at accountability, in part because accessibility leads to accountability. Thank you, Mr. President. The more access the second house has to the work that we're doing here in the legislature, the better it is for democracy, because if they have a clear view of what it is that we're doing for them or not for them or doing to them, they're able to make better decisions at the ballot. They're able to make better decisions about which bills they're going to advocate for and get involved in. And when citizens know what the legislature is doing, they are just better informed voters. There are 2 additional important points to consider when we're talking about accessibility for citizens. One is all the ways, not just through video recordings and things, but all the ways that citizens are denied access to the legislature, and all of the ways that the legislature has denied access to citizens. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hunt, you are next in the queue. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 additional important points that we need to consider when we're talking about accessibility for citizens is, first, language access, which I addressed through AM 1259. Next, all the ways that citizens are denied access to the legislature and that the legislature denies access to citizens. And then finally, the economic security that's necessary for citizens to even have the time to take off to engage with the legislature. I'm just letting Senator Lippincott's computer have the floor here for a second. Okay. One thing we can do is limit hearings. When chairmen limit hearings, that seriously impacts the ability of the second house to take part in conversation, to feel like they matter. I want to share this post that I saw on social media this morning from a woman who's been very active coming to the legislature to testify, organizing people to come. One person said, I've seen more ordinary citizens at the, so this post, by the way, has over 19,000 views and 264 likes. And so that's honestly quite a bit of reach. It may even be more reach than we get through the broadcast of this session, actually. But she says, I've seen more ordinary citizens at the Capitol this session trying to interact with their senators. And I think the majority of those citizens has found themselves disabused of any notion that they will be heard or their lives valued by their elected officials. She continues, I'm really proud of you for showing up, though, for what it's worth. I will also say that I've seen truly incredible and important moments of compassion from a handful of senators that have meant the world to citizens experiencing all of their worst fears in that building. A lot of people have responded and chimed in here. One person says, this is so true. I took my daughter and her friend to testify against 575, and we were some of the people who didn't get to testify. Her first interaction with our state government was to not be heard. Someone said, it was devastating to see the young people who were turned away, and I will never forget it. I was also denied the opportunity to testify. Please let your daughter know that I spoke about Nebraskans' rights to be heard whenever I testified at the rest of the hearings I attended. Someone responds, my state senator rarely, if ever, chooses to interact with constituents that disagree with her. I still try to be present at the Capitol for the support of others. Someone said, at the Capitol tour on Thursday during fourth grade tour, a brave fourth grader asked our local state senator why senators are trying to take away people's rights. The senator stammered, and then his aide tapped him on the shoulder, and with no apology to the students, he turned and left. To add to that, consider the many people who can't practically get to the Capitol from, say, Omaha during business hours. Nearly everyone in my life is beyond livid with conservatives in office. So this is something that LB 254 and also AM 1259 would help address. Someone else said, we go and we get ignored. We don't go because of work and we feel powerless. The system is functioning as designed to keep the greedy and evil in power. I'm not reading the ones that have personal attacks against my colleagues. Honestly, until we figure out what's happening with LB 574, I really can't say the things on the record here that need to be said. Throughout the entire session, I've said nothing wrong. I've said nothing out of line. And I meant everything I said, and all of you deserved much worse than I've said. But we're in the last stages of possibly being able to block the passage of this bill. And this session has made me sick, disgusted, and that doesn't move anyone, of course. It's just broken me. So the things that need to be said cannot be said. I'll put it that way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask if Senator Brewer would yield to a question.
Senator Brewer, will you yield?
Yes.
So we talked about this a little bit off the mic, but Senator Brewer, it's my understanding that you are supportive of this amendment.
Yes, I would consider this a friendly amendment. I think it is just an idea that we overlooked when we wrote the bill, but it makes sense.
Terrific. So, and we kind of talked about this because this is a new idea that wasn't initially part of the conversations with public media, that even if we go to a vote to this today, it might be best to reintroduce it on select file.
And that is the problem, that we're asking essentially a tasker of them that we haven't had any communications with them about. We have talked about the process to take it and digitalize it, and the cost is not that great in the big picture. If you look at the figures we look at, the A bill right now is about $280,000. This would probably add in the neighborhood of $18,000 to it. But it's more the mechanics of how we do that that is our challenge right now. But the idea of the bill, I think, is a good idea. It's just being able to do it in a way so that we coordinate with NPM first.
Fantastic. So I mean, it's not my amendment, it's Senator Hunt's amendment. I personally would want to go to a vote on it just because I'm taking time, but I would not vote for it today. I would vote for it on select file so that we can make sure it's worked out with NPM, correct?
Correct. And I'll fully support it for select file also.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Senator Brewer. Thanks for answering my questions. So I am going to, I hope it's up to Senator Hunt if she wants to keep her amendment on the board or not, but I hope we take it to a vote today just because it takes more time and, again, less of a burden on staff to have to take more time on more motions and amendments and things like that. So if we can take this and take it to a vote on this amendment, but again, I would encourage people, you don't have to vote against it today. It needs 25 votes to be adopted. But I do think that there's a great opportunity here. It sounds like Senator Brewer is interested in working with Senator Hunt on the opportunity of bringing this back on select file after it's been worked out with the public media, which is terrific. And I'm appreciative to staff, legal counsel, the clerk's office for all flagging that this is an important conversation, but one that we might want to slow down ever so slightly. And that's what we can do. That's the great thing about how our body works, is that we can work something out between general and select. And isn't that a wonderful thing? When we have good ideas that didn't come up during the committee hearing that are brought forward on the floor, and if it hasn't been worked out yet, to kind of go through the logistical side of what the implications are, we have that opportunity. Of course, that takes trust. It takes trust with one another, trust that we will work something out. And I take Senator Brewer as a man of his word, that he is interested, that he likes the amendment, and that he is willing to work it out. So I think that today, that trust is there, that trust on working out on legislation in good faith when it comes to LB 254.
1 minute.
I think that very much exists. And it's, I think, a good reminder to us all that we can continue, even though we have hurdles, and I would say significant hurdles when it comes to trust in the body. But we can continue to work on it. We can continue to work together to build trust and to regain lost trust. So that's kind of a nice, at almost 5 p.m., silver lining to this day, that I don't know how this day feels for everyone else, but it has felt a little bit long for me. Don't know why, but I've got my hot tea and my lozenges, and I've got my Skechers shoes on. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to endorse a specific brand. I have on comfy shoes. So yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Vargas, you're recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of Amendment 1259, or whatever the form is going to take to be able to implement this into this bill. I think we need to make sure we have the more accessibility for Spanish language individuals within this bill. I also think we need this in general. I realized this last year when we had several people come and testify in hearings that were Spanish language speakers. It was their primary language, that we actually have a lot more that we can and should be doing within the process to make sure that we are being accessible to more languages being spoken, so people can voice their concerns, can testify in hearings, and can also be able to access this audio video archived recordings. So I hope this isn't where the conversation ends. I hope we also do more even within our hearing process, that committee chairs are also doing more to be more accommodating to Spanish language speakers, that we even, and I'm bringing this up and I will talk with our executive board, are doing more to talk about what we need to do to make sure that we have interpreters that are available, if we can request it and have a process for doing that early on. But this isn't confined to just this bill. I think we need to do more to have more language accessibility for our predominant languages that are spoken across the state, Spanish language being the primary one right now, or the second most spoken. So with that, I do support the bill, the concept. I know there'll be more that's worked on between, at least what I heard, between general and select, select and final reading. But this is something that we should be doing more to make sure the legislature is accessible to all types of languages and cultures. And this is one step in the right direction. Thank you.
Senator Erdman, you're recognized. Senator Erdman waves. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, okay, so where we're at. People are speaking in support of AM 1259. We're going to work on it between general and select, building some trust, and we're still going to go to a vote on the amendment tonight, but even if it does get adopted, we can still work on it, but it probably is a more kind partnership with Nebraska Public Media to not adopt it until interested parties are able to come to the table and talk it through. don't want to throw them for a loop. And they are probably watching since they stream us. And they're like, you're talking about us a lot, aren't you? Yes, we are. And we appreciate you, Nebraska Public Media. Okay, this is Jose James representing ACLU of Nebraska. In support for over 50 years in Nebraska, the ACLU has worked in courts, legislatures, and communities to protect the constitutional and individual rights of all people. With a nationwide network of offices and millions of members and supporters, we take up the toughest civil liberty fights beyond one person, party, or side. We, the people, dare to create a more perfect union. The ACLU of Nebraska submits its testimony in support of LB 254 and asks that its testimony be included in the public record. The ACLU works to ensure that all Nebraskans have access to and can participate in their government. This begins with ensuring all Nebraskans are equipped with the tools they need to have meaningful access regardless of any disability they may have. Individuals who identify as deaf or hard of hearing make up approximately 20% of the population of Nebraska. This means about 306,192 Nebraskans are reliant on video captioning or technology similar to video captioning. They have a DHHS link on reports and disability. While the use and importance of video captioning is obvious for deaf or hard of hearing individuals, video captioning technology is also useful for individuals who do not identify with the aforementioned conditions. Then there's a link to ncbi.nlm.nih.gov. And it's an article. Providing recordings and video captions will greatly help breach the barrier of access for other groups, including individuals who are neurodivergent, those with difficulty in comprehension, or non-native English speakers, and allow more people the opportunity to get involved with their government. Furthermore, providing a digital internet archive would also increase transparency and trust in the legislature. A digital archive would allow constituents to review and analyze issues before the legislature on their own time, which leads to a more thorough and robust understanding and analysis, as well as more accurate indexing of information. See automaticsync.com, closed captioning benefits. By providing a digital internet archive, the closed captioned video coverage of the legislature, LB 254 will ensure all Nebraskans have access to their state government.
1 minute.
Thank you. No matter any disability that might affect them. State government is an essential foundation in our country, and providing greater access for all Nebraskans will only diversify and strengthen our state. For these reasons, the ACLU of Nebraska thanks Senator Brewer for introducing LB 254 and urges the committee to advance this legislation to the floor. I would like to just note, I watch like all TV with closed captioning on. Otherwise, I would have to have the TV turned up really loud. During action films, when there's dialogue, you can never hear the dialogue unless you have it turned up really loud, but then it's an action film, so you've got it turned up really loud. And if you ever want to watch a movie with any amount of action with small children sleeping, you need closed captions. I'm going to get back in the queue. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized, and this is your last opportunity before your close. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is this my third time?
Yes, this is your last opportunity.
Thank you. That is shocking that I remembered that it was my third time. Since most of today I haven't known if I'm opening, closing, or on one of my turns. Okay, yes, so I'm a big fan of closed captioning, and my kids don't particularly like it because I have all the settings on all of my devices, all the like Roku device or whatever on the TV. I have it set for closed captioning, and so they're not particularly crazy about it, but I do feel like maybe they're learning to read a little bit more. I don't know. Okay, so this is Daniel Lancaster from Lincoln, Nebraska, District 27. I strongly support this legislation as someone following the legislative process and seeking to better understand the work of the legislature and give feedback on proposed legislation. Being able to review video of legislative activity would have great value to me and support government transparency to the public. Thank you, Daniel. Tina Lasick of District 36, Bellevue, Nebraska. Please vote yes and pass LB 254. We need more transparency and easier access to what is talked about. Okay, Tina. Todd Miller of District 21, Lincoln, Nebraska. I would personally really like to be able to go back and see committee hearing testimony as well as votes on the floor. All too often, I am unable to get off work to see or even watch it via PBS, and am stuck with the news media interpretation of what happened. Please see your way to creating this archive. All right, Todd. Jim Maudry, Bellevue, Nebraska, District 45. LB 254 requires the Legislative Council to develop and maintain a publicly accessible digital internet archive of closed caption video coverage of the legislature. There's absolutely no reason the citizens of Nebraska should not have this level of transparency to assess digital internet archives of video coverage of the legislature. Well, there are, when you say there is absolutely no reason, the practicality and the implementation of it are really the reasons, but we're going to get there. We'll get there. Okay, Ruth Peters of District 33 in Hampton, Nebraska. Where is Hampton, Nebraska? I have not heard of Hampton, Nebraska. Who is District 33? I don't know who represents District 33 off the top of my head. Senator Halloran does. So I'm guessing it is somewhere near Hastings. Okay, I'll look it up on a map. Learn something new, Ruth Peters, where Hampton, Nebraska is. I am a proponent of this bill as it is important for the public to be able to watch the proceedings if we cannot attend in person. That being said, it would be my hope that this bill would pass. Thank you. Well, thank you, Ruth Peters. Isaac Rembolt of Lincoln, Nebraska, District 28. Part of the success of the unicameral lies in the importance it places on the second house, the public. This would be a fantastic way to get citizens, children, schools, those in rural areas, and those who cannot travel to the capital to participate in Nebraska politics. There are few downsides to this service, and I fully support my taxes going to fund this endeavor. Well, thank you, Isaac. Jody Schmally. Sorry, Jody, I'm mispronouncing your last name. District 26, Lincoln, Nebraska. Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of LB 254 for the following reasons. I will admit I do not follow work of the legislature for most of my life. I have lived in Nebraska all of my life and love to brag about our unicameral legislature. In recent years, certain bill proposals caught my attention and got me into watching the unicameral work. I started by watching the streaming floor debate. During the next session, I began streaming committee hearings. That was when I discovered a timing issue. Multiple hearings are usually scheduled at the same time and can have multiple bills I'm interested in hearing about being discussed at the same time. I'm doing more looking around. I discovered hearings and floor debate are streamed live but have no recording available to go back to review. This means I have either to be very selective about what I'm streaming or attempt to go back and forth between two hearings at one time, which means you can miss interesting comments and raised points. To be totally honest, I am a state employee and am lucky enough to be in a position.
Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hunt, you are recognized. This is your last opportunity before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will yield my time to Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Thank you.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, 4-minute 50.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. This was a long letter that I was in the middle of reading. So, okay, multiple hearings are usually scheduled at the same time and can have multiple bills I'm interested in hearing about. being discussed at the same time. I am doing more looking around, discovering hearings and floor debate are streamed live, but I have no recording available to go back to. This means I have to either be very selective about what I'm streaming or attempt to go back and forth between hearings and miss. I'm a state employee and lucky enough to be in a position where I can listen to the hearings and debates while doing my work. I feel that watching what bills will affect me as a citizen and taxpayer, I also feel it makes me a better teammate or state employee. Lastly, having a digital record of unicameral hearings or debates can be helpful as an educational tool. Government teachers could use hearing or debate videos in their classwork to explain how our unicameral works. This could spur a future member of the legislature or even governor or U.S. Congress member to get interested in politics earlier. I also volunteered for the American Legion Auxiliary for the Girl State Program. This program is a leadership conference to teach political workings of high school students. Digital records of your work could be a helpful tool for us to educate our citizens how bills are created. By having a digital record and access, you will be reaching out to a younger generation who are getting their information from the internet rather than a written transcript. Thank you, Jody, for that illuminating comments. Okay, we have got Lisa Schmidt from McLean, Nebraska, District 40. That's Senator DeKay's district. I also am not sure that I know McLean. Probably mispronouncing it. I'll ask Senator DeKay later. I am in support of this bill so that the citizens of Nebraska can access the recorded hearings and legislation that affects all Nebraska citizens. Working people are not able to listen to the hearings or floor debates during the unicameral session hours. This would allow transparency in our state government and may even allow more engagement from the citizens. Well, thank you, Lisa. Heather Smalley from District 6. What? That's my district. Hey, Heather. Hi. Okay. I support this bill, LB 254, and want accountability and transparency for the people of our state. I urge you to vote for this bill and represent the will of the people and enter my views in the record. Well, Heather, consider them entered. Thank you for being an active citizen from District 6. Okay, Penny Stevens from District 1. I fully support this bill introduced by Senator Tom Brewer. The more ways we can get information out to the citizens of Nebraska to educate as well as get them involved with lawmaking systems is always a big win. I couldn't agree more, Penny. Andrew Sullivan, District 8. That's Senator Hunt's district. All right. We need a digital archive of unicameral proceedings, not just for transparency, but for historical purposes. Well, thank you, Andrew. Lacey Toaster of District 43, Chadron, Nebraska. I think that, oh no, I was going to say it's Senator Hardin, but that's not Senator Hardin. Is that Senator Brewer? Senator Brewer 43? Well, anyways, Chadron. I support Senator Brewer's bill, LOB 254, to increase the transparency of Nebraska's unicameral proceedings towards its second house, the people of Nebraska.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am curious where the term, I don't know if it's a colloquialism or not, of the second house, the people being the second house, where that came from. We did at one point have another house. It was across the hall. That's the other chamber across the hall. Before we were a unicameral, we were a bicameral. And I'm wondering like what the history is of the citizens of Nebraska considering themselves the second house, because in other state legislatures, that wouldn't be the case because they do have two houses. They have a House and a Senate. So the second house would not be the people. In other states, do the people call themselves the third house? Just, curiosity, fodder, conversation, if you will. Okay, so.
Time, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator Hunt, you're recognized to close on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll yield my time to Senator Michaela Cavanaugh.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hunt. This is an excellent amendment. And I hope that this amendment garners the support of this body on select file. Today, we're going to go to a vote on it. And I think that Senator Brewer and Senator Hunt are committed on working with the Nebraska Public Media to ensure that the version that is brought forward on select file is not causing too much, if any, heartburn. But right now, moving forward with this additional task for the Nebraska Public Media without conversation to them is probably not the direction we all want to take. But we still are going to take a vote on the amendment, and then we can bring forward either this amendment or a variation of this amendment on select file. Now, just a reminder, when we are voting on things, it is incumbent to get 25 green votes for something to be adopted, like an amendment. So you don't have to vote against it. You can just be present, not voting. I will be present, not voting on this amendment because I don't oppose the amendment. So I'm not going to vote against it. But I'm not going to vote green for it because I don't think we're ready to attach it just yet. I will be voting green for it on select file. So today, present, not voting because it needs 25 green votes. Next time, green vote because it needs 25 green votes. So that is my thinking. I'm explaining that because I'm present, not voting on so many things that people might just think it's my habit. And it kind of is my habit. But in this particular instance, I do not want to vote against this amendment because I support it, but I don't want to vote for it because I don't support it just yet being attached. Clear as day, mud, I don't know. Okay, so I was reading some of the public comment, and I appreciate so much. There's so much public comment. There's 15 pages of public comment in support of this bill. So way to go, Senator Brewer, activating the citizens of Nebraska in their public comment. And there's so many districts represented in it. 33, 29, 21, 4, 43, 8, 1, 6, 26, 28, 33 again, 40, District 45, District 21, District 36, District 27, District 32, 39, 23, 37. Like, just look at how engaged. District 14, 4, 25, 30, 19. Look at how engaged our citizens are. Look at how much they are paying attention to us. Like, that is such a wonderful thing. It really is. It's a wonderful thing to have the citizens of Nebraska that engaged in the work that is happening in the legislature. It's because of that, well, in addition to it being our jobs, but because we have such an engaged citizenry, that I think it is even more important that we show them in our work on the floor, in our floor debate, how we are a nonpartisan unicameral and how we work together for the betterment of the state. And I think that this bill is an excellent example of that. I think that the amendment at hand, 1259, and the fact that Senator Hunt and Senator Brewer are going to work together on this amendment to make this bill even better and make this more accessible to more people in Nebraska.
1 minute.
Again, is a great example of the spirit of the institution, which is to be nonpartisan, not bipartisan, but nonpartisan, to work together to find creative solutions to the problems and barriers facing the people of Nebraska. So even though I've spent a lot of time talking on this bill today, I do think this is an excellent bill. I do think that this is a great opportunity for us as a legislature to increase the engagement of the citizenry of Nebraska and to remove barriers for our public. So I think we're about out of time. I'm just going to go ahead and request a call of the House. Thank you, Mr. President.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Mr. Clerk, please record.
987 needs to go under call, Mr. President.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Frederickson, Vargas, Linehan, DeBoer, Dover, McDonald, please return to the chamber. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are now present. There's been a request for a roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright. Voting no, Senator Arch. Voting no, Senator Armendariz. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting no, Senator Blood. Not voting, Senator Bosson. Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Not voting, Senator Breezy. Not voting, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator Decay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Halloran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Senator Harden. Voting no, Senator Holdcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Not voting, Senator Hunt. Voting yes, Senator Eibach. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Not voting, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting no, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Moser. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Not voting, Senator Sanders. Not voting, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gellern. Not voting, Senator Walls, Senator Wayne, Senator Wishart. Not voting. Vote is 8 ayes, 21 nays, Mr. President, on the adoption of the amendment.
The motion fails. Mr. Clerk, next item. Raise the call.
Mr. President, the next amendment offered by Senator Michaela Kavanaugh is Floor Amendment 53.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're welcome to open on your floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think this opening takes us to the dinner break, so there we go. I would remind you colleagues that when we are doing a roll call vote, that it is the polite, courteous thing to do is to be quiet. This is a place of business, and the loud conversations during the calls of the House, especially during the roll call vote, are rude and inappropriate, especially in regards to staff being able to hear the roll call votes. Just a kind housekeeping reminder that we are in a place of business and we should conduct ourselves as such, and we should behave accordingly, and we should treat our staff, the clerks, and the staff of the clerk's office with respect and dignity when they are doing their duty of a roll call vote. It is extremely, extremely rude. Just a kind reminder. Thank you. Okay, so I hadn't finished reading the testimony submitted online on this bill, and I think I will finish that before we go on our dinner break. Well, actually, I won't finish it probably. I think I had stopped at, let's see here. This is another reference to the second house. And then we've got Amy Tyler Krings, District 4. I support this bill to digitize and archive closed captioned coverage of legislative discussions so that everyday Nebraskans who are working are able to access legislative activities directly. I was surprised to learn that this is not already being done. With today's technology capabilities, increasing accessibility, as well as providing factual historical records through video, provides important information to the quote, second house, in parentheses, AKA the citizens of Nebraska. Okay, next one is from Rochelle Walter. or Rachel. Rachel, sorry. Rachel, it's Rachel, I think. Very tired. Not doing great at the words and reading, I guess. Probably just need a dinner break. I support this transparency as transparency is incredibly important, especially as we have one house and many Nebraskans across the country want to be able to participate in the process and can't due to the distance that they live or their working hours. This allows them to participate by watching it after the fact or being able to watch live on their phones. And that's from District 21. M. Warner from District 29. A lasting digital record, especially a closed captioned one that makes it more accessible for all members of our community, can only be a helpful tool for people to learn about past legislative sessions and bills in Nebraska. Thank you, M. Lynn Zaleski, District 33, Hastings, Nebraska. I support LB 254. This bill will provide greater transparency of Nebraska governance for the second house general public by having access to an internet archive of all video recordings of the unicameral, including committee hearings. It is important in democratic republic for the public to be well informed on the actions of the people for whom we have placed our trust through our vote. We need to see how they represent us and whether they promote well-researched bills that will be an asset for all Nebraskans to determine whether they will be our representatives in the future. Please pass LB 254. Interesting take, Lynn. Interesting take. It is important to be well informed on the actions of the people for whom we have placed our trust through our vote. We need to see how they represent us and whether they promote well-researched bills that will be an asset for all Nebraskans. I liked it so much, I read it twice. Thank you, Lynn Zielinski from District 33, for submitting your online comments. And thank you to everyone who submitted their online comments. I think I have a couple minutes left, but it kind of looks like the clerk might have some business to read into the record before we adjourn for dinner. So I'll yield the remainder of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have several confirmation reports from the Government, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee, specifically Scott Cordes, State Fire Marshal, Janet Chung to Accountability and Disclosure, and Kenny Zoller to Policy Research. In addition to that, your Committee on Government reports Legislative Bill 269 and 304 to General File, and 429 with the recommendation to be indefinitely postponed. Business and Labor Committee places LB 666 on general file, as well as LB 191 placed on general file with committee amendments attached. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senators, we will now stand at ease until 6 p.m. When we resume, we will continue our debate of FA 53.